Check 1, 2.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. On va commencer la réunion. If members of council could take their seats, we'll begin the meeting in just one moment. The clerk. We also have simultaneous translation. Nous avons l'interprétation dans les deux langues officielles, si tu veux. Declarations of interest, none. Confirmation of minutes, 1st of October 2013. I think, is that Councillor Monette? I think there's one change to the minutes from the last meeting that we'll just make. So I think maybe if the clerk can explain, there was we have to amend the vote on the last minutes because of that my misinterpretation of an issue on the OLG. Your vote is in the opposite position. Agreed? Okay. Communications is received. Item number 1 is the draft operating and capital budget for FEDCO. We have delegations for that, so we'll come back. Item number 2, Service Ottawa update information supplemental to the 2014 budget process. Hold that. Item 3, status update, Finance and Economic Development Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending 18th of October. Rapport de situation, demande de renseignements et motions du Comité des finances et de développement économique pour la période le 18 octobre 2013. Received? Item number 4, appointments to the Bank Street Business Improvement Area Board of Management. The appointment of Diane Touchette and Heather Garrod. Carried. Item number 5, comprehensive legal services report for the period July 1st to September 30th, 2013, pour la période du 1er juillet jusqu'à le 30 septembre 2013. Received. Item number 6, Ottawa Art Gallery expansion and Arts Court. We have delegations. Come back to that. Item number 7, delegation of authority, acquisition, disposal, and lease of real property the 1st of January to the 30th of June 2013. Received. Item number 8, Councillor's item, Councillor Blais analyzing the city's approach to business case developments. Councillor Blais, do you want to speak to that? Oh, I'm sorry, that's right, there is a delegation. Mr. Mike Pindus. Is Mr. Pindus here? So the staff recommendation is to direct staff to examine how more standardized business case approach could be developed for the City of Ottawa. Do you wish to speak to that, or would you support us carrying? Okay, so we'll come back to that. Then we have one in-camera item, and then information previously distributed as presented. And we'll come back to motions, notice of motion after the in-camera section. So, item number 1 is the draft operating budget. As members of committee know, each department or each committee has its own section in the budget, and this is the FEDCO section. And we have a presentation by our treasurer and deputy treasurer, and then we have 2 delegations. And then we'll open it up to questions to staff. Alors, on va commencer avec une présentation de notre personnel, et après ça, il y a 2 délégations, M. Bruce Lazenby et M. Noah Buckley, et après ça, il y a une opportunité pour des questions pour le personnel. So, Ms. Similek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I'll mention with respect to the agenda, as you basically just went through it, is to remind members of the committee that Council approved that any motions to amend, if you're adding anything in, you require an offset to it, as the envelopes have to remain as they were allocated at Council. So, le point à examiner dans cette budget est le bureau de maire et des conseillers, le bureau de directeur municipal et les 2 directeurs municipaux adjoints, les services administratifs comme finance, le greffier et human resources. Le bureau de TLR et les coûts non municipaux. Les coûts non municipaux incluent la formation de capital, dépenses, revenus non municipaux et les comptes d'impôt. In total, the budgets that you're looking at, if you exclude assessment growth and property taxes, are increasing by 21.9%. The table in front of you gives you a little bit of a different view than you normally have with respect to the budgets. What it shows you is we've amalgamated a number of items under 4 categories. Under governance, for example, you have the councillors and the mayor's office, the auditor general, the city manager's office, the deputy city manager's offices. And you'll see that those budgets are increasing by were expenditures of $22.1 million, and they are increasing by a total of $136,000 in 2014, which is a 0.6% increase. The shared services, which would include real estate, finance, the clerks, Service Ottawa, human resources, IT, corporate communications, and economic development, are actually decreasing by $152,000. And then the LRT office is a net zero because that's all charged to the capital project. Non-departmental is where the big increase is. And the big increase there is primarily as a result of what you're doing with respect to your contribution to capital, as part of your plan to bring your contribution to a level that can maintain assets in a good state of repair. In addition to that, we have a bunch of revenue reductions in 2014 resulting from decreases in supplementary taxes. So there's a 16.3% increase in the non-departmental accounts. So collectively, overall, though, the $16.6 million for the sort of expense part of this budget is increasing by 21.9%. Included in this budget, though, you do have the assessment growth of 1.7% is our forecast for 2014, and the property taxation. So even though the top budget is increasing by 21.9%, the overall property taxation is only increasing by 1.91%. So the total for this entire package in front of you is a 2.6% increase. There are changes in the full-time equivalents that are in front of you today. For the offices in front of you, there's approximately 1,400 FTEs. There's an increase of 3 in the economic development area, but there is a decrease of 27.75 basically across all of the service areas in the budgets that FEDCO considers. So, in fact, the FTEs will be reduced to a little less than 1,400 in 2014. The budgets include categories of increases. One is to maintain the services that you're currently providing. The cost to maintain the current service is actually decreasing by $2.7 million. And this is a result primarily of the Service Ottawa and other savings, but included in there you do have contract settlements provisions. You have inflation for materials, goods, services. There is the inflationary increase to the pay-as-you-go contribution to capital. That's $2 million. And then there is a funding allocation to the corporate radio modernization program, which is money that's actually being transferred from IT over into emergency services. There are growth costs in here as well. There is an increased contribution to capital for funding projects in your transportation master plan. There is increased debt servicing resulting from the 2013 debt issue, and there is increased funding for Events Ottawa. In the legislated area, there are 2 items that you're funding. One is for the election in 2014. There's a requirement for increased accessibility, and we've included that. Plus, as well, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, which provides you with all of your tax assessment, they increase their costs increase every year, and we include that in the budget. Le budget comprend des financements additionnels pour l'atteinte des priorités du Conseil. Dans ce budget, il y a une augmentation de 5,4 millions de dollars pour immobilisation en conformément au plan financier à long terme. There are a number of revenue changes because this is where most of the revenue resides, is within the non-departmental section of the budget. There, as I mentioned before, we have an adjustment to reflect the lower growth in supplementary assessment. In other words, a decrease from what we normally would have with respect to new properties coming onto the tax roll. There is a small increase to the payments in lieu of taxation in what we refer to as the heads and beds. There is the annualization of the Rideau Carleton Raceway agreement that we signed in 2012. We're making an adjustment as the provincial offence revenue tickets that we receive has been in a deficit for a number of years. We're starting to make adjustments to that, recognizing that budget is not sustainable. And then again, we've had the additional taxation from assessment growth at 1.7 and the additional taxation from a tax increase of 1.91. There's very little in front of you in terms of capital, and I believe as part of the motion that's in front of you, it's actually all going to be referred to the IT subcommittee. There is money there for technology infrastructure renewal, and then some Service Ottawa technology roadmap, and the last year of your big investment in Service Ottawa IT investments. So in total there's $10.7 million. We are showing you the 2015, 16, and 17 forecasts as well for capital, and what you'll note is that there's a strategic initiative envelope of $20 million that sits here until such time as you have a new council in place and they determine where they want that to be spent during the next term. And that concludes my presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to delegations first. So we have two people on the speakers list. First is Bruce Lazenby, President and CEO of Invest Ottawa. And Bruce, if you can come up to the first table there. And then followed by Mr. Lazenby is Noel Buckley from Ottawa Tourism. And then we'll have questions to the delegations, and then after delegations we'll have questions to staff.
Good morning and thank you. I am Bruce Lazenby, President and CEO of Invest Ottawa. And we're happy to give you an update today on what we've been doing so far this year. Council was very generous a couple of years ago to give us a 3-year window, and we've been trying hard to put that money to good work, and we thought we'd give you an idea about how we're doing on that progress in 2013. So first of all, most of my career has been in the private sector, and in the private sector we focus on the bottom line. And I should point out, just before we get started this, my about-to-be co-chair, Dave Vertanja, just back from China, where he's been working hard to create more business, is joining me today. So the bottom line, and the thing that Invest Ottawa looks at every opportunity through, is jobs, dollars attracted to portfolio startup companies, and foreign direct investment. So these are the things that we focus on. But we also know that if you don't start the early process, you'll never get to the latter process. So if you don't pick up the phone and make a sales call, you're never going to get the sale. So what are the things that we need to do to make sure that we continue to grow those numbers? So first of all, if you've been to 80 Aberdeen, we have a small meeting room over there, a training room, and so far this year, over 5,000 people have gone through that training room looking for courses in how to start a business, IP considerations, and other things, dramatically more than all of last year combined. Individual consultations, almost 3,400, and we've given away almost $4.5 million worth of free research. That's critical to startups. The reports the startups need to get to define their businesses usually come in the $5,000 to $10,000 range. They can't afford that. So with your help, we bit the bullet and spend $100,000 each year on licensing to access some of the world's best databases, and as a result of that, we provide them this access and makes their businesses a lot better. Almost 10,000 hours of senior advisory level. Now, these are former CEOs, been there, done that, entrepreneurs and residents, who are paid but a fraction of what they're worth, and frankly, they get more volunteer time than they get paid for. In our little building in 80 Aberdeen, we've got 32 companies that call that place home, over 100 entrepreneurs. And in addition to that, we've got 390 other companies that we've been working with during the year. Currently, about 200 of them active in our portfolio. We've had 17 investor sessions. That is where we bring in people with money from other places, and we introduce them to our companies in the hope that they can make some connections. One of those, which was very popular and very successful, was ZDG, and I'd be happy to tell you subsequently that we're completing the project, the construction on the ZDG Research Park in our office in 80 Aberdeen later on today. 26 visiting foreign delegations to Ottawa, so that is countries that have come here to meet us and meet our entrepreneurs, and about half that many have been us on the outside, so that has been us going to India, Brazil, and most recently and most famously, of course, China, where the mayor led a very successful mission there. In addition, we've got about 111 companies that we have helped grow globally. These are companies that are looking for help in finding access to foreign markets, and we've worked directly with 111 of those companies so far in the first 9 months of this year. So the bottom line is that we've had about 1,273 new jobs that we have helped facilitate. And let me be clear, Invest Ottawa doesn't create jobs, we facilitate that. And I think it's important for Council to understand that we're very diligent on how we come at that number. So we could give you a list of each one of those. You know, Company X hired 5 people. You could call the CEO of that company and say 2 questions. 1, did you in fact hire those 5 people? Yes. Was Invest Ottawa materially helpful? Yes. If the answer to either one of those is no, we don't get to count that as one of our numbers. So these are really jobs that we had a big hand in. And that job number so far this year exceeds all of last year and exceeds our target for this year by more than double.
1 minute.
$45 million of investment attracted into Ottawa portfolio companies. That number is up again, and Q4 is typically a big quarter, so we're expecting to get some good feedback on there. And very happily, $140 million in foreign investment. That is people who don't live here investing $140 million in Ottawa in the projects that we've been working on. And Mayor, unless there's any questions, that concludes. Dave, if you have anything to add.
Great. Councillor Englund, please.
Just one quick question. I'm interested in the number of jobs that you termed it facilitated, the 1273. Do you keep tabs on whether that's attracting new people to Ottawa, or in other words, are they hiring from out and bringing new families into our city, or are they hiring internally, so to speak, within the city, or do you know?
Yeah, they're mostly hiring internally. We're going to have a major initiative in 2014 to look at the whole issue of talent attraction. But there's 2 groups, basically. There's people that are starting up and hiring locally, and there's people who are already here, such as Alcatel-Lucent, who are hiring locally. But it is one of our big objectives to make sure that we make Ottawa as attractive as possible to people who don't live here, who want to move here and get jobs.
The reason I ask the question is because you're showing that you're attracting a lot of investment from outside of Ottawa, and just if we can attract some more people to Ottawa, that would be great as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, because at the end of the day, our primary filter is jobs. What are we doing to create jobs? And at some point, in fact, already in Ottawa, we see several hundred open requisitions where technology companies particularly are looking for people they can't find here. So we've got to find ways to start attracting those people in.
Councillor Monette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When it's a great initiative, and it's something that's much needed in the city. When you're doing this, are you also keeping track of where the jobs are going area-wise, like Orleans, Canada, Barrhaven, and so on?
We haven't yet, and the reason is that we've in the last year and a half revamped all of our operating systems, frankly. And one of the systems that we're putting in is a Salesforce.com CRM management system. We're close to having that installed. When we do, we'll be able to track companies by postal code, and then we can see which of these companies and which postal code, and then we can start doing some of the analysis on those numbers.
Okay. At a certain point, I wouldn't mind sitting down with you, or probably with the East End councillors, to just go over some of the things in Orleans for future.
I know we've done that in the last 6 months, and I'm sure we'll do it again, Councillor.
Thank you.
Est-ce qu'il y a des autres questions? Councillor Wilkinson.
I just was wondering if you're, as well as tracking the new jobs, have you been tracking, because we have had layoffs in some businesses, where jobs have been lost, and then trying to connect those people who may be laid off to new jobs that are coming, so that we don't have people with long periods of no income?
We have on our brand new website, and by the way, if you haven't been to investottawa.ca in a while, I'd encourage you to. We've changed it a lot. We have a jobs board there where we encourage every company who's looking for anybody in this space to post their jobs. So that's sort of our matchmaking opportunity. We don't have a specific, so recently IBM announced about 200 layoffs. We don't have a specific program to try and find those people, although when those kinds of layoffs happen, we do reach out to the HR departments. So we did have a conversation with IBM HR, and we said, what programs are you offering, what can you do, can you make Invest Ottawa known to us? They are loath to connect us directly with the employees for some pretty obvious reasons. But we do work with the companies when they go through those layoffs.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? Thank you very much, gentlemen, and congratulations on becoming the co-chair, Dave, of Invest Ottawa. Appreciate it. Very much. Thank you. Next is Noah Buckley, President of Ottawa Tourism. Welcome, Mr. Buckley. The floor is yours.
Just this key. Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of committee. I appreciate the time being here. We've been asked to come and report on Events Ottawa, which is a partnership between the City of Ottawa and Ottawa Tourism. It's something that's been in place for a couple of years, and I have a couple of slides to go through. Also accompanied with me today is Daryl Cox, and I'd like to not only thank the City of your investment in this partnership, but also for Daryl Cox, who's on secondment to Ottawa Tourism and works this file on both our behalves. And if I can't answer any questions, he may be called up to help me out. A little bit about Ottawa Tourism. We're not only the destination marketing organization for Ottawa, we're also the regional tourism organization for region number 10 in the province of Ontario. We have historically been heavily involved in sales and marketing, particularly leisure markets, travel trade, meetings and conventions, communications, digital marketing, rural tourism, and research. We've also recently, as part of our regional tourism organization responsibilities, begun to get involved in destination development, including the major events of which the city partners with us. And this partnership is done through the Economic Development and Innovation Department with Saad Bashir, and who also sits on our Destination Development Committee. Taking a look at Ottawa Tourism from a corporate perspective, this is how we're basically funded through a destination marketing program, the province of Ontario, some key partnerships, our Convention Development Fund, and the City of Ottawa. We're about a $13 million business as we move forward to 2014. As part of the Partnerships for Prosperity Economic Development Strategy, Events Ottawa was established by Ottawa Tourism with the city's support in 2011. Annual funding has historically been $550,000, and we work with local, provincial, national, international sports and cultural organizations to bring new and significant events to the local area. As a nation, we've surged to second place in SportCal's 2013 Global Sports Nation Index, where Canada is the most significant mover in the top 20, up 3 places in 2012. Spending associated with the Canadian sport tourism industry is about $3.6 billion, and sport hosting increases tourism, creates job, enhances public infrastructure, etc. These are some of the successful bids we've had since 2012. You can take a look through them. A lot of them you'd be familiar with. Obviously, the FIFA Women's World Cup, which the city was heavily involved in. The Canadian Figure Skating Championships coming up in 2014. We've held recently the Duathlon World Championships, which opens us up to the Triathlon International Sports Union. So a lot of these events are also building bridges for more events as we move forward. It's important that Council understand that these are not simply reviewed or solicited by Daryl and myself. Obviously, we respond to bid solicitations, respond to RFPs. Events Ottawa makes an analysis and a recommendation to the Tourism Development Council. The Tourism Development Council, which has representation from the city, the private sector, the convention center, the OGHA, etc., makes a decision, and then we either approve or not approve to spend the money and chase that event. Some of the criteria we use, obviously economic, the number of visitors, the hotel room nights, the economic impact, the timing, peak versus a non-peak year, what's the media, what's the recognition like, what's the financial viability and the risk, and also sometimes is it a sport that plays or an event that plays to our strengths as a destination, and can we build on that and hopefully get legacy-style events from these activities. An average rate of return on investment, and we do measure all of these. We spent $75,000 in the Duathlon World Championship, an economic impact of about $2.25 million or 30 to 1. These are some of the examples of the variety of economic impacts that are associated with it. And we're also very proud to say that with your partnership and support, the Canadian Sport Tourism Alliance presents an annual award for the Sport Tourism Organization of the Year, which recognizes a community organization that best influenced sports tourism in their community in 2012, and we were the recipient of that award for 2012. So that was very good news for us, and this is a little bit of a highlight and a high-level look at Events Ottawa, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. And once again, thank you for your investment and your partnership, because we believe this is genuinely having an impact.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor McRae, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Buckley, for your excellent presentation and excellent work. I sat on the organization before, so you do a lot of fun stuff, and those meetings can be fun. A few questions for you. I wonder if you could go back to the slide with the DMF on it, please. There you go. Okay. So I noticed that of your total budget, that more than half of the budget is raised as a result of the destination marketing fee.
Yeah, there's a destination marketing program, actually, that the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association has helped.
Right.
Yes.
So my question to the mayor is, I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on that in two fronts. One is to let me know if all area hotels are participating in that, and if not, what the regime is to try to encourage them, because there are new hotels coming on board all the time, and I'm just curious where we're at with that.
That's a good question. The destination marketing program, Your Worship, is a program that is coordinated through the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association, but it is a volunteer program where hotels can choose to participate or not, and they choose to participate by committing a percentage of their room sales to a program. My understanding from the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association is they have extremely high participation. It would be more than 40 properties, but I could not give you the exact number. And I know that I believe it represents 95% of the total room base in their organization.
So through the mayor, and how do you, and again, if you can't answer this and it's better left to Dick Brown, that's fine. How do we encourage hotels to participate? Because again, that's great participation, and I don't want to misconstrue what you said. So 95%, do you mean 95% of the hotels are participating, or of the room base? 95% of the room base is my understanding. So do we know,
Councillor.
You mentioned 40 hotels. How many do we have in the area? Approximately.
50. We probably have 45 or 44 that participate in this program. We probably have 50 or 51 hotels of 20 rooms or greater. I don't have the count on bed and breakfast or all roofed accommodation.
Through the mayor, no, that's fine. It's interesting information. And when a new hotel comes on board, what do we do to discuss this issue with them?
The program is presented to them by the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association, primarily through their Executive Director, Dick Brown, and encourages them to be on the team of promoting Ottawa and the destination.
Okay. And last question on that, what is it that the hotels get in return for participating? Because this is a great program, and it's not levied on the municipal tax base so that there's no increase in taxes. This comes directly from residents or tourists that are staying in the hotels or booking venues. So what do they get in return? What's of value?
Well, they measure every program we do on their behalf, and they look for a return on investment just as council does when they make an investment. So their biggest tangible return is about a 7-to-1 return on the advertising and promotion dollars we spend.
Okay, well, that's fantastic, and I've been asked about this recently, so this is very fortuitous timing. Could you go to the slide with the events, the sporting events, that had whitewater kayaking on it, please?
Here we are.
That one right there.
Yep.
Okay, so I saw a successful event bid for the Whitewater Canoe Kayak National Championships. Do you have
Yes.
any information about that?
Can I ask Daryl to help me on that one? Daryl, is there particular information on whitewater canoe kayak?
And Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take this offline if I can find that information, because I was approached recently by a resident about this event, and I was not aware that it was an official event.
Well, we were approached by Canoe Kayak Canada. They were looking for a venue to host the event. They had been approached by the Canoe Kayak Club, and if there was opportunity, they approached us to see if there was opportunity for us to help them fund the event, and we agreed based on the criteria that Noel had alluded to earlier.
So it is a go?
Yes, it is. Confirmed event, yes.
Because I understand they've asked the city for capital money to buy a bunker, and that the organization can't have the event without the bunker. Is there anything?
Then this is at the pump house, Councillor Marquette? Yes, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take this offline, because I was just a little surprised to see that. It's good news, but the organizers have told me that we weren't having this event as an official city event, but so to see it here is actually, it's nice to see.
Okay, we'll take it offline, because, yes.
I'm happy to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Fleury?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Maire. I wanted to maybe make a couple of points. I know that in recent years we've seen a lot more from Ottawa Tourism in terms of public information, always in the news, trying to do some outreach. But, Mr. Buckley, can you maybe speak of some of the preparation related to event hosting or strategic alignment related to 2017, and what we're hearing from the sport community, but also the cultural groups that might be interested in coming to our city for 2017.
We have put a concerted effort on 2017, not only on the sports side, but also on the major meetings and convention side as well. I have not put up any of the meeting and convention events, but we have a number of booked for 2017. For example, a very large event that I think it's okay if I speak about it, and Daryl might slap my wrist, but we are chasing the Canadian Track and Field Championships for 2017 and 2018. That would be 1,200 athletes over a 7-day period. We are in a very significant opportunity and a very significant discussion with them, but it has not been finalized at this point. So that would be another one that's coming. We're looking at the Eastern Canadian Swimming Championships, which is also in 2015, 16, and 17, and we're having discussions about year and funding and whether we can land them. So when it comes to something like that swimming championship, the Canadian Eastern Swimming Championship, based on the type of infrastructure we have in our city, that would be the largest swimming competition we could hold. So we're looking at a variety of things coming up for 2017, putting a significant effort behind it, and I wish I had more to report hard right now, Councillor Fleury, but those are some of the ones that are in the hopper.
Well, I have to say that I know that there's a lot happening because the national sporting bodies and the provincial bodies are now not just waiting for our bids, but they're calling us. And I mean, I know that Daryl's hearing from them, but we're also hearing from them. So it means that we're on the ground, we're doing good things, and we're hosting not only just local things, but provincially and even nationals in the near future. We've done some elements there, but I see a growth market. The other element I wanted to bring up was maybe the collaboration with our partners on the other side of the river. If you could maybe say a few words on that and how that's going.
I can talk about it in general terms and a little bit on this. Certainly from a tourism perspective, when visitors and/or convention delegates or athletes come to this destination, they don't recognize these invisible lines we put on a map so we know who pays to pick up the garbage. And the fact is we have these bridges across the river, and that's encouraging people to cross. So we look at this entire destination from a holistic point of view. People can stay at the Westin Hotel and in 22 minutes be on a ski lift in Gatineau Park. People can cycle on both sides of the river, and you and I have had a brief discussion on this, and we need to better coordinate our promotion of those types of activities. But I just left, I was in Toronto last night for the Ontario Motor Coach Association's annual awards dinner, and we shared our table with our colleagues from Gatineau and clients. So we work as closely as we can with them on a variety of topics, although I must admit, Daryl, unless you have something, I don't think we've had significant discussions with them on these files, have we?
Today, thank you. And I have recently had a meeting with my counterpart with the City of Gatineau about hosting the Canadian Road Racing Championships in 2016 and 2017. So there is that collaboration there and working together on joint events.
My point was to say we are there's ongoing discussions, but there's more and more strategic discussions from what I'm hearing, and I think that's a lot of value. And I want to say that you fulfill the objectives of not only connecting but strategic alignment to really boost all of the tourism aspects and the profile that our city and our region can bring. So thank you.
Right, merci. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Buckley, for your presentation. I want to pick up
You
just
got to
slightly...
speak closer to the mic. Is this mic system working? Speak a little closer, Mark.
Just want to pick up slightly on a thread that Councillor McRae had touched on with regard to really not so much the tourism side, I guess, and I don't want to put you in the position of having to answer for the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association, but we're seeing a significant growth in peer-to-peer destination B&B type activity, things like Airbnb. So, for example, this morning I took a quick look, and there's over 400 rooms available tonight in Ottawa alone that are not in, a hotel or an organization that's paying into that destination marketing fee. So, I'm wondering, from your perspective, if you're seeing, I know you're more the tourism side, so if they're here, they're spending the money. They may not be spending it in a hotel, but they're spending it in the destination. Is the growth in that sector having any impact, positive or negative, in your view?
That's a good question. That is a phenomena that is certainly gained traction in the past 18 months. What the impact is, I can't say right now, Mark. Certainly, my advice to anybody traveling would be, I think you're well served to stay in an establishment that's licensed, that's regulated, that is safe, etc. That would be my own bias, and that's certainly where I would encourage my own family members to stay. But in terms of the economic impact of these types of loose associations and rent-a-couch type of opportunities, I don't know what it is yet at this point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Councillor Shirelli.
Thank you. I noticed one of the biggest events that we have, and we have it every year, isn't on here, and that's the Ottawa International Animation Festival, bringing in attendance of about 4,000 people. So how do the different arms of the city cooperate to help things like the International Animation Festival, especially given that it's the second biggest in the world? And I noticed that this year's there were media from all over the world at it, all over except Ottawa.
That's a good question. I don't know, and I'm not familiar with all of the city programs. I know that through Dan Chenier and the Parks and Recreation and Cultural Department that there is a funding of ongoing annual events that takes place.
Yeah,
I know that there's some sort of...
In the event program, there's a significant thank you to the City of Ottawa. So I'm just wondering who takes which role, and how do they decide that?
I think that funding comes from the festival envelope, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
so
I'm wondering what they do, how they make a determination that they're not going to be doing that.
We have basically, for example, taken a look at the existing events that are up, that are running, that are legacy and great events for the city, whether it be Blues Fest or Chamber Fest, or whether it be International Race Weekend. We at Ottawa Tourism sometimes have partnerships with those events outside of these funds. These funds are meant to seed either new, big, large, one-time events, or events that can have a an opportunity to grow into an annual or semi-annual event coming to our city. For example, if you take a look at the World Duathlon Championships, we've developed a relationship with the ISU now, the International Sports Union for the triathlon, and we believe we're going to be able to have duathlon/triathlon events periodically throughout our city now on a regular basis. The year after year ongoing events that are funded through either the city, their own gates, the Celebrate Ontario, tend to be separate from this one, and this is encouraging new events to the city.
Councillor Egley?
Yeah, I'm looking at the events for 2017. I see one right now, and of course 2017 is going to be hopefully a huge year for Ottawa. So can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing to attract events for the 150th and where we are on that?
Yeah, we're spending a great deal of time and effort on that, and we just haven't been able to put any up here as definite. As I did refer, we have certainly contacted any of the sporting federations that we think have an opportunity for us in 2017, are aggressively pursuing them. As I mentioned, we are in discussions right now with the Canadian Track and Field Union for the championships in 2017 and 2018, I believe. Or is it 16 and 17, though? 17 and 18. So we're pursuing them, and that's a very large event. We're pursuing the Eastern Canadian Championships for swimming. We're pursuing a number of them. I wish I had more to stick up there for 2017, but if I were to add every major convention that we've already booked for 2017, that list would be substantially longer.
That was going to be my next question. You know, I'm assuming that you're speaking to organizations outside of the sporting world as well.
Absolutely.
And making those inroads.
Absolutely. We're working extremely closely with all of the national associations. I believe the mayor, we've been instrumental as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities coming in 2017, and we can go through the list. But if I went through the list of all of that type of business, it would be 7 or 8 major ones that we've already landed for 2017.
Well, that's great news. Thank you.
Really a comment, Noel and Darrell, to thank you. This is an initiative our council, one of the initiatives our council brought forward a few years ago was to get back in the tourism business, because we were one of the few cities in Canada that actually didn't fund or help support the tourism industry, which, as we all know, is our third largest industry in the city. And, you know, it has a great reach to so many different sectors, whether it's sports or arts. I think of the Juno Awards and the work that we had with the Junos, and I believe if I'm not mistaken, we have first right of refusal in 2017 for the Junos, which would be another great event. And what was great about that particular event, it spread throughout the whole city. We had a Franco Ontario tribute to music at the Shankman Centre that attracted 500 or 600 people. So I just wanted to congratulate you. I think the work and the partnership with Darrell as a link back to the city, the work you do with Event Central, the Tourism Development Council, the private sector, you know, we're really firing on all cylinders. And when you see those list of events, and even events that we don't necessarily have a direct impact on, but we help support, I think of the northern scene and the Atlantic scene and so on from the National Arts Centre, which had a huge impact to bring tourists and artists from around the world, around the country to the National Arts Centre. We, in essence, help promote that through our marketing efforts through the website and so on. So I just wanted to thank you both very much, and Dick Brown and Abstentia for getting the destination marketing fee issue back up and running. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, slightly different angle. Do you track hotel occupancy rates?
Yes.
And so if somebody said, is Thanksgiving weekend a bad weekend in the city, you could answer that?
Yes, we tend to track them on a monthly basis, not a daily basis, but we have a fairly good intuitive sense on whether it was a good or bad weekend.
Well, that's why I'm wondering whether or not for some of this stuff we could target the bad weekends. It's just a thought.
Oh, that's a great thought, and we do. If we go back to, and I'm going to take a look at the criteria You know, we take a look at timing, peak versus non-peak. Is it coming in a week? Is it coming in a month? Is it coming in a time of year that matters to us? Does it matter to the community? Does it matter to the hotel community? That's an important part of our evaluation criteria, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Councillor Clark. So we do, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Your Worship.
We have a motion before we get into questions. We'll just have it put up on the screen. It's moved by Councillor Clark, and there are two aspects. The first is that we delegate authority to the Information Technology Subcommittee to deal with their sections of the budget. So if people are agreed to that, carried. And then Service Ottawa number 9 on the thing, the user fees and operating resource requirement, yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm just, is this Councillor McRae?
Mr. Mayor, is now the time to read my declaration of interest? Because you just did a motion. I should probably stand up and move away from the table. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, I think this is just a referral motion, so it's not required.
The clerk's office has informed me I should do it.
Okay, go ahead.
I, Councillor Mayor McRae, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on item 1, the 2014 draft operating and capital budget, Information Technology Subcommittee components, as a family member works for a subsidiary of a company which provides services and equipment for the Information Technology Services branch.
Okay, so Councillor McRae removes herself from the chair. So on item referral to the subcommittee, carried. All right, so now we're going to deal with the items that Councillor Clark has before us, and it's item by item, so we'll go to number 1 and so on. But we'll have general questions of staff now, and then we'll go item by item, going item number 1 to 15. And is that on the screen? Because I don't see. Is it on the? It's on the TV. Okay, but that doesn't help our council colleagues, so can we put it up here? Okay, we'll get printed copies. So it's a standard motion. We go section by section. So Councillor Deans, general questions to staff, and if we have the treasurer available. Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have 3 questions on the draft operating budget. The first one on page 68 of the report, and it's on the call center. There is a brief explanation in the budget document, but it does indicate that the call time performance is decreasing and the average length of handling a call is increasing. So I'm just wondering, it says that the calls are now more complex, but I think we need a little more explanation than that. So can someone answer why those performance indicators are trending in the wrong direction?
Donna Gray.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So part of our implementation of the Service Ottawa program in terms of putting technology and new technologies into the call center's hands is to process those calls that come in through the call center and try to have as many of those calls resolved in that first point of contact as possible. So what that actually means is our agents now go through a fairly detailed scripting process to collect the right information so that the back end can get that information in action right away, or so that we have the appropriate information at that first point of contact in order to be able to make sure those calls don't go to the back end. We are anticipating our call volumes are tracking have been tracking upwards in the last quarter. We are implementing, and you will see, a cross-functional workforce where we are now able to divert those call volumes to our counter agents who can take calls to deal with our peak time. We're about halfway through the implementation of that, and we believe that that additional resource pool will help us offset the increase in call time. Because right now the increase in call time is 14%. Increase in the amount of time, and the increase in, or the decrease in our call response time is 13%. So we think when we're full implementation of it by the end of next year, and we continue to divert people to the web, that problem will resolve itself.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that answer, Ms. Gray. My second question is on page 119 of the budget, and it pertains to the Rail Implementation Office and the reduction of 2 FTEs. And I guess the question there is, I understand that as we've moved to the project management phase of the Confederation line, there might be some opportunity for reduction in FTEs at the Rail Implementation Office. But if we are to have our way, as stated in our Transportation Master Plan, then right behind this project is another rail project that will have another procurement. And so it seems odd that we would let the talent that's in that office leave at this point. So I'm just looking for an explanation of why this makes sense to reduce FTEs in the Rail Implementation Office at this time.
Mr. Mayor, the decision to reduce the FTEs is based on the workload that we anticipate based on the implementation of light rail. The council raises a good point in terms of future procurement, but we don't expect that decision to be made very soon, and when it does, that's the time to make a decision in terms of what resources are needed for a further procurement.
But doesn't it just mean reteaching or retraining or bringing new employees up to a level of understanding, a knowledge base that already currently exists in those employees that have been through one procurement? So I'm just looking for an explanation of why we would let them go now if we are anticipating needing them in the near future.
Can I just finish answering that, and then, Councillor Deans, we're asking general questions now because we'll get page by page. That's when it would be appropriate to ask. You're referring to pages. We're going to go page by page. So if you have any general ones, so answer this question, and then if your next question is general, otherwise if it's another page reference, we'll get to that when we go down the list of Councillor Clark's motion.
Mr. Mayor, the decision is made based on the budget that we put in front of you for the overall project, which included the needs to administer that, and we looked at the structure that was required in the office to do that, and we streamlined it. So should we or could we be keeping resources on in the event that there might be a funding announcement at some point in the future for a future procurement? That was a decision we chose not to do, and that results in the structure that's in front of you.
Thank you.
So, Councillor McCrae, do you have a question on a specific page or in general nature?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question about a specific program, but not the page, so I can wait if you want. It's about
okay. So
economic development.
You'll come to it in one of the sections here. Okay. Okay, so general questions, yes.
Maybe if, and I'll apologize if I was out of the room. I looked at the presentation. I wonder if Ms. Milak can give us a global perspective of our debt and debt management. There's a small section in her transmittal report that talks about 1% debt servicing for non-legacy projects will be greater than 1% from taxes. Additional debt is permitted for legacy projects. And then principal and interest is not to exceed 7.5% of own source revenue and 15% for rate-supported debt. And maybe she could tell us how much debt we have, how close we are to those metrics, and when will legacy projects sort of go by the wayside that we're not that we don't have to worry about additional debt for those projects.
Briefly, Mr. Mayor, the debt, the 7.5%, as we indicated when we tabled the budget in 2014, you'll be at 5.44%. So you're well away from your 7.5% ceiling. The debt number looks large. When you'll see the financial statements, we'll be at $1.6 billion. But as we tell residents who ask, that is actually debt that was used to purchase assets that cost $16 billion. So it represents 10% of the cost of the assets that the City of Ottawa currently owns. With respect to the management of the debt we did take on in 2013, which we have included in the 2014 budget, was a legacy project. It was Lansdowne. The majority of that debt, though, was able to be absorbed by the fact that there is a large amount of debt that was actually retiring in the year in 2014, so almost half of it is absorbed within the existing allocation. A portion of it, again, we have used one-time funds on because of the fact that your budgets for Lansdowne won't totally disappear until 2015, and we will be using in 2015 those existing budgets that were there prior to the redevelopment. We'll be using those to service the debt. So there's very little impact of the Lansdowne debt actually on the overall budget. There is only one other, as far as I'm aware, large legacy project that we have debt on in the works in progress right now, and that's the Central Library. And I do not know where that particular project is headed, but that is still on the books. If council decides to close that project, that debt would be eliminated. And so that's the last legacy debt that you have at this point in time. Everything else has been issued for the Congress Center, for the Ernst & Young Center, for, so that's it.
That's good to hear. Maybe you can, I guess it's, 1.6 does sound like a big number, but when you start to break that down, it's not really net, what I would call net debt, because you have debt that's serviced by a revenue stream that you may receive, debt that's serviced by development charges. Now, do we consider development charges as own source revenue?
No, the development charges are not considered as own source revenue.
Right. So we would have, so really the debt that we're servicing, we've got room, but we're also able to do more projects because we're servicing debt through development charges. And it's both principal and interest in development charges that fund those activities. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Maybe it would be, and I've looked for it, an interesting metric that how much of the debt is net of an ongoing funding source that is unrelated to their property taxes. So of that $1.6 billion, how much of the debt is serviced by development charges? How much is serviced by gas tax revenue? How much is serviced by other transfers? And then how much is actually serviced by property taxes?
So actually we do have the debt continuities are in, they're attached to the back of the transmittal report, but in there you will see that the transmittal report was tabled when we tabled the budget at council. But in there we've broken down the debt and the streams of funding for each one. The tax-supported debt in 2014 is $750 million. So of the $1.6 billion, $750 million is supported by taxation. The rest of it is funded from water and sewer, development charges, gas tax, other revenue that we have coming in for specific pieces of property from the province, et cetera.
Right. So fair to say when you're talking to a resident, the debt, although they hear big numbers, 1.6 billion, the one that's responsible, well, the one that your taxes pay for is actually quite a bit less than that.
That's correct. It's roughly half.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aglai, the general nature.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick questions. You indicated that overall for the budgets we're considering today, there's a reduction of about 28 full-time equivalents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is the driving force behind that reduction attrition and non-renewal programs?
The driving for that reduction is a number of things. It's Service Ottawa plus efficiencies that departments are implementing. We are hoping that, in fact, we will be able to eliminate those FTEs without having severances, so it would be through attrition when managers basically move people around to affect a reduction without actually triggering a severance payment. But in some cases, there will still be severance payments.
Okay, and I don't know if you can tell us this or not, but are these full-time or part-time or a combination of jobs?
They are a combination of jobs. There are some summer students in there. There are a number of full-time positions, though, but it's a mix of a variety of full and part-time positions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so item number 1, elected officials, operating resource requirement, page 6. Are there any questions? Councillor Taylor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And my question, I guess, is for our deputy city clerk, and I'm not sure whether it really refers to section 1 on page 6 or the items on page 56. But now the mic's really loud. My question is, where do we reflect, I know there's growth because of the election in there and some of the budget lines, but my question is, where do we reflect the new rebate program, or we've settled on the rebate program now? Where is that captured in here? And where is the growth in dollars in terms of accessibility requirements for election 2014 captured?
Mr. Mayor, those are actually captured in the non-departmental section because they are an increased contribution to the reserve fund. There is $250,000 increase, $70,000 of which is for the contribution rebate program, and $180,000 is to augment the election reserve fund to accommodate the accessibility issues.
Okay, thank you.
So on page, or item number 1, page 6, carried. Item number 2, Office of the Auditor General, page 11. Any questions, motions? On page 11, Auditor General, adopté, carried. Item number 3 is City Manager's Office, page 17 of the budget document. Any questions? Cut it in half, motion to cut it in half.
Steve, your history.
On the page, carried. Item number 4, Corporate Programs and Business Services, Operating Resources Requirement, page 25. Anything? Carried. Item number 5, Planning and Infrastructure, Real Estate Partnerships and Development Offices. This is page 37 and page 34. Carried on both 37 and 34. Item number 6, Finance, page 47, 48, User Fees, and page 43, Operating Resource Requirement. Councillor Clark, question? Page, which page?
I saw it under real estate and development, but there were a lot of fees that went from 1 to 500 to 500 on the money. And I was wondering what that was all about.
What page are you referring to, Councillor? Is it page 47?
It wasn't one of the pages you mentioned, probably 37.
Okay, well, we just passed that item, so with the willingness of the committee to go back, agreed? So page 37.
Yeah, it says in 2012 rate 1 to 1,000, 2013 rate 1 to 1,000, 2014 rate 1,000. Now,
that's page 37.
Can you explain why they all went from 0 to 500 in 4 seconds flat?
Through the mayor to the councillor, what the actual bylaw said was the stated fees, which are 1,500 and that sort of thing. So what we had in the earlier budgets, where we had the range from $1 to 1,000, that was incorrect. And frankly, we have been consistent with what we have been charging because we've been using those upper end of the fees, and that's what the bylaw stated. So that's why
I would have bet on that, but I wanted to know.
Okay, great. So that's passed. So we'll go now. Item 6, Finance, page 47, 48, and page 43. Carried. City Clerk and Solicitor Operating Resource Requirement, page 56. Carried. City Operations Deputy City Manager's Office Operating Resource Requirement, page 61. Mr. Kanalakis is looking nervous over there.
He should.
Carried. Service Ottawa as follows, page 72, and Operating Resource Requirement, page 69. Carried. Human Resources, Operating Resource Requirement, page 79. Human Resources, carried. Corporate Communications, Operating Resource Requirement, page 97. Carried. Planning and Infrastructure, Deputy City Managers, Operating Resource Requirement, page 103. Carried. Economic Development and Innovation, Operating Resource Requirement, page 110. Councillor McRae.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. I've previously discussed this with your office and also with Mr. Kirkpatrick, and I wonder if Mr. Kirkpatrick could comment on the additional resources for the department, which is doing a fantastic job as it relates to the festival planning office, so Event Central.
Mr. Mayor, this is an issue that Councillor McRae and others raised this morning, which is, and we heard earlier today about the success from Mr. Buckley. So this is incremental funding to expand and leverage the success Events Ottawa is having. But of course, as was indicated in the presentation by Mr. Buckley, there is a very, actually I think you spoke to yourself, Mr. Mayor, strong connection between Events Ottawa and Events Central here at the city. There's a lot of logistics and that goes into hosting these events. When they're, they're secured by Events Ottawa, but then they come here and they land on the streets of our city. We need to make sure that those events are, that's right, they're supported with boots on the ground. So there's a concern over, and I've spoken to Mr. Kanalakis first thing this morning, about can Events Central handle the increased success that Events Ottawa is having and that we'll have more of with this incremental funding. So we're going to be, Sad and I and Steve will be sitting down with Events Central management and we'll be talking about that, and we will have a recommendation for your consideration when Council considers this budget.
Councillor Councillor McRae.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So thank you very much, Mr. Kirkpatrick, for that answer, because I want to underscore again with SAD here what a fantastic job both of those departments are doing. I know Mr. Kanalakis is still here, and I know that in speaking with Events Central, that I think they've gone from less than 300 events one year to well over 900, and we want to make sure that there's continued success, and the notion of having the extra resources for the boots on the ground, the people that are out at 11 o'clock at night, making sure that the permits are in place and that sort of thing, goes hand in hand with the policy decisions that we're trying to make, and we want to continue to attracting the very best. So, Mr. Mayor, I look forward to the update.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deans.
Just a follow-up to Councillor McRae's line of questioning. Just wondering how much of this increased resource is to go to Lansdowne Park, if any?
Mr. Bashir, City Manager.
None, although Councillor Deans, you raise a good point, and I have arranged for OSEG to meet with Events Central and Events Ottawa in terms of taking a look at what that new facility will allow for in terms of different sizes of events that have not been able to be attracted to Ottawa in the past. It's a very, as Council knows, it's a very powerful combination. The large renovated stadium and constructed stadium, but with that urban park, the whole synergy of the mixed uses, I can tell you that the people that are involved in Events Ottawa believe it will significantly improve their ability to attract different kinds of events to the city that have not been attracted before. So that connection has been made. Bernie Ash has spoken. Sad, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but those discussions are ongoing.
There's no staffing for Lansdowne Park, per se?
That's correct. There's no staffing in this for Lansdowne Park.
Thank you.
No, but just to clarify, though, OSEG is allowed to bid on events to fill the Civic Centre, and we have access to the Aberdeen Pavilion as a venue as well. Okay, so Councillor Clark and then Councillor Shirelli.
This particular increase in staff from 8 to 11 is totally related to support for Tourism Ottawa or Invest Ottawa? What are you actually going to use these people for?
It's a great question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the increase of those 3 FTEs is related to three specific things. One is this year, with some money from Heritage Canada, we were able to fund a research assistant position. in my group, and that position has proved to be very valuable in terms of doing all the background work related to Canada 150, CIPs, CITs. One of those FTEs is going to be an effort to make that research assistant position permanent. The second position that we are potentially going to be going after is a program manager position. I found out, through some practical experiences that the oversight in my group was absolutely minimum, and the amount of workload and the different programs with a lot of public exposure that we have was quite significant. So I had to dedicate one of my economic development officer resource to become an acting program manager to give me that assistance that I needed to run many of those programs. So one of those FTEs is my hope to make it into a full-time program manager position. And the third one is an economic development officer position, Councillor. Given the Innovation Center, the CIPs, the Capital Investment Track, and a couple of other new areas that we are going to be going into next year, another economic development officer will have their full plate.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Shirelli, please.
Councillor Clark inadvertently asked a good question, so I don't need to ask it.
It was entirely inadvertent.
All right, thank you. Okay, so on page 110, carried. Item 14, Rail Implementation Office. Councillor Deans, did you have any other follow-ups on that one? Page 118? No. On page 118, carried. Non-departmental operating resource requirement, pages 126 to 128, carried. Well, thank you all to our staff and our treasurer and those managers responsible for the FEDCO portion of the budget. So our next item that has public delegations, Councillor, we passed the motion. Councillor Deans?
Well, I thought the motion ended at page 128, but I wanted to ask a question about their works in progress on page 143, the capital works.
Okay.
Is that all right?
With the will of committee, because we dealt with this, agreed. Okay, Councillor.
Thank you. On page 143, there's the $1.5 million for the film, TV, digital media. It's called a work in progress, and I know later on in today's agenda, we're going to be asked to move $1 million of that to the arts court redevelopment. So one, it seems to indicate that it's a work in progress because it's here on page 143. And two, it's something that we were told that was very important for the city back in 2012. So just wondering why the ask for $1.5 million would be here if an hour from now we're going to be told we don't need it.
We've got Mr. Lazenby who has that file, Mr. Bashir, and who wants to start? Because I know Mr. Bashir has been in discussions. Well, I think because it's in this budget, Councillor Deans is with...
so if I could just start
Mr. Lazenby.
Thank you, sir. If I could just start at the highest level, back in 2012, when Invest Ottawa was fledgling, the creative industries and the film and TV group came under our mandate. And we got together with about 18 of the most senior people in that community. And interestingly, we asked when they had ever come together before, and they had said never. So this was the first time that community has sort of gotten together. And we said, what would it take to take this industry to the next level? And it was pretty unanimously that a film studio was that thing that would take Ottawa to the next level, properly constituted, world-class stage. And we had then, with $1.5 million, hoped that that would be enough to kickstart that process and get someone to show up and be able to build that facility. So we ran, with the help of the city, a properly constituted RFP. The result of that was we didn't have any proponents who were able to come forward with something that could convince the committee that $1.5 million would be all that they would need to go live. And so at that point, we sort of put that project on hold and said, now what do we want to do? And so why don't you pick it up from there?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, one thing has become clear, Councillor, that although we do need an infrastructure project such as a studio production space in the city, there doesn't seem to be the financial appetite from the local industry as well as the people who are interested in the studio project from outside Ottawa to put in a lot of big dollars towards this project. So what we decided was that instead of putting money into a project that we know the 5-year pro forma, the 10-year financial sustainability doesn't work, we went back and OMDC's, one of the OMDC's ex-employee was hired by Invest Ottawa this past summer to do some more consultation with the working group in Ottawa. And what has become clear is that although we need that kind of space, perhaps we, at this point in time, our industry is not able to afford that big Hollywood-style, Toronto-style studio. So what the second option, which is now becoming our preferred option, is to find some production space that fits the physical parameters that the producers, local producers would like, and run that space as more of a co-op model, where Invest Ottawa, makes that space available to a lot of the producers in town so that they don't have to run from warehouse renting to the next warehouse, which is a practice that they have been involved in over the last many years. So that is the direction that we are going into. With whatever money is left over in that budget for the studio, we're going to use that money to for that use. We are working with our real estate department at the city, who are looking at the inventory, what the city has. They're also talking with Hydro Ottawa to see if they have any suitable properties. And so, we're going to do our best to come up with an investment option that works with whatever money we have left in that fund.
So I guess the question I have then is, why does it show up as a work in project, and why is there an ask for 2014 of $1.5 million if it's really $500,000 because it's changed?
Mr. Mayor, the sheet that Councillor Deans is looking at is entitled Capital Works in Progress as of August 31st, 2013. This is actually spending authority that Council's previously approved. I think this was approved in 2011. This information is not, this sheet is here for your information. It isn't spending authority that you're being asked to approve today. So it's just when we put new spending authority in front of Council for approval for 2014, we think it's relevant and important information that you have about what's the status of currently approved spending authority. So that's why this is here. Okay. You're not being asked to approve it, but as you've indicated, we are recommending that project and that spending authority be changed. And you'll be dealing with that shortly.
So I just asked before the budget deliberation at Council if members of Council could have a memo explaining to us if any of these other projects have changed on here, the status of them, or if the money that's showing up here is actually not going to be required, because that's $1 million difference, and none of us would know that. And I'm sure later on in this meeting today we're going to hear more about the film studio. I used to be on the Ottawa Film Board when it was with the NCC and the City of Gatineau, and I know that there's a real need. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about how we're going to address that need. But in the meantime, it just does seem a little odd to me that it shows up as $1.5 million when it's really going to be $500,000. So if we could have a memo updating everything, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. So our next item with delegations is the Ottawa Art Gallery expansion and Arts Court, and we'll ask people to come forward. I'll just open with some opening observations. Today we have the opportunity to make much-needed progress in a major city-building investment in Arts Court. Everyone around the table knows that our municipal art gallery, the OAG, the Ottawa Art Gallery, has been housed in substandard conditions for many years. We have had the dollars to change that for many years, but the stars never quite aligned. Today, I hope members of the committee will join me in changing that. It's opportune that this is happening during our debate on the city's transit plan, roads and pedestrian infrastructure plans as well, that will see us invest $4 billion over 18 years for growth-related transit and transportation projects. It's also meaningful that this debate is happening in a building similar to where Arts Court is currently housed. Over 2 decades ago, a debate over what to do with the rapidly deteriorating Teachers College occurred. It was an expensive decision at the time, but in hindsight it proved to be a very wise one. and lead to this magnificent restoration that we're in today. And looking back with the benefit of hindsight, no one would contemplate revisiting that decision. It's similar to a debate that Councillor Hume and I had back in the early days of our first term of what to do with the Aberdeen Pavilion. And after a lot of hard-fought debates, we have really a jewel at Lansdowne that continues to be the centerpiece of that particular piece of property. Well, today we stand at a similar crossroads with the choice to give a green light to a project that will help revitalize an area of our core and that will finally help it reach its potential. Aujourd'hui, nous nous trouvons à la croisée des chemins similaires avec le choix de donner le feu vert à un projet qui contribuera à la revitaliser une zone ou notre cœur de notre ville. One that will help bring jobs and more tourism to the city of Ottawa against a backdrop of declining federal employment. A project that will bring regional benefit to young people, families, and residents from across our city. Now, our city has invested heavily in new community assets across the city. New recreation facilities like Canada North and Barrhaven, Sensplex East, Lansdowne Park will feature over 20 event spaces, including several squares and courts for community events. Improvements to Centre Point and the new Schenkman Arts Centre. These are community assets just like Arts Court. Le projet de la Cour des Arts s'ajoute à une liste de projets importants de la ville. Prenons par exemple les efforts que nous avons menés au Parc Lansdowne, au Sensplex dans l'Est, au Centre récréatif de Barrhaven et Canada Nord, au Centre Schenkman pour nommer que quelques-unes. They provide places for residents to gather and to celebrate while providing long-term value for taxpayers. And let's remember that Arts Court has city-wide benefits. Councillor Harder, for instance, tells me the teens from St. Joseph's School in Barrhaven are very excited about a downtown arts hub, and I quote, "Every school delivers super dramas, musicals, comedies each year, and more art than we could display. The Central Arts Court is all about opportunity to learn and perform, to display and engage, to indulge and create outside our Barrhaven community." Councillor Manette reminded me of the always impressive Young at Art competition every year. The program features work from visual artists between 12 and 19 years of age with a celebration and an awards ceremony at the Schenkman Centre. We can now hope that the Youth Talent Showcase, thanks to Councillor Manette's initiative, will one day receive even more prominence through a partnership with Arts Court. De La Salle High School in Lower Town in Councillor Fleury's ward has a visual arts program that recruits students from right across the city. Now they, along with other students and families from across our city, will be able to enjoy the amazing work so generously donated by the Firestone family to the City of Ottawa. Even better, we'll be able to showcase even more of the OAG's significant collection of works, while the current facility only allows us to contribute or display approximately 2% of donated artwork. Councillor Shirelli spoke to me about Mr. Dory's photography program at St. Paul's High School, which produces many award-winning photos each year. And he was very proud to point out that Algonquin College has a world-famous animation program which gathered much recognition at the recent Ottawa International Animation Festival. Both Mr. Dory's and Algonquin College's talented students could be given even more prominence as part of a redeveloped Arts Court and expanded Ottawa Art Gallery. I wish I could provide members of FEDCO with all of the examples councillors have given me how this facility will be a tremendous asset to showcase the talent of our youth, students, and artists from across the city, but I'd need a lot more time to do that. Now, this council prides itself in putting an end to dithering and inaction every time we have an opportunity to do so. I have with me a letter signed by Madeleine Mayer in her former capacity as Minister of Community and Social Services, delivered to former Mayor Bob Shirelli on March 23, 2006. Those dollars were given to the city for the former concert hall project, which unfortunately never saw the light of day. Although that project did not come to fruition, today we're still sitting on both the province's original grant with interest, plus the city's original contribution to the project. We are now 7.5 years past that first letter, and by the time Arts Court is built, we'll have those funds under our control for over 10 years. That's a long time. Arts Court tenants like Art Engine, Heritage Ottawa, Opera Lyra, the Fringe Festival, Saw Video, and more than a dozen others have been waiting patiently, waiting with uncertainty in a deteriorating facility that does not meet our needs and provides little value to our residents. By the time the doors open, more than a decade will have passed between the original grant and our groundbreaking decision today. Au moment où les nouvelles portes ouvertes, plus de 10 ans se seront écoulés entre la subvention initiale et notre décision importante aujourd'hui. In my opinion, it's time to get a move on with this important city-building project. We can recommend this project to Council today and start building in this term of Council and hopefully open in time for Canada's sesquicentennial in 2017. Our City Manager and Treasurer have assembled a solid financial plan to move forward with this project. It spreads the risk out over a number of budget envelopes. It's a prudent plan delivered within the context of the lowest tax increase in 7 years, and I strongly encourage members of FEDCO to endorse it. Now, one can quibble about this part or that part of the plan, but you have to firstly decide if you support the general direction of the plan to proceed. Because we manage a $3 billion corporation, the City Manager and Treasurer can work to find solutions as long as they have the right direction, and that is what we have done here. And so I encourage members of Council to not engage in tinkering at the edges of the plan and to have the courage to say whether or not you support its general direction. And we will continue over the months to come to seek funding support from the city's various funding partners. Imagine if the city had stopped trying to secure federal or provincial dollars after the North-South Rail was cancelled. Where would we be today? Well, we wouldn't be building the Confederation Line. Although we will leave no stone unturned as we continue to seek funding support from all partners during the final planning stages of the project, there are times when the city will not have the support of all levels of government. And it's not the end of the world that we don't. It simply means deciding what's important to us as a city and not always letting other levels of government dictate that. It's a direction we're taking in our TMP proposal. Some road and transit improvements are too important to the city to make their success dependent on another level of government's permission. Lastly, I want to take the opportunity to talk about how this project is strengthened through collaboration and partnership. I'm pleased that we have worked closely with over 20 local arts organizations that represent thousands of people that have come to the table and are committed to raising a significant share of funds to help make this a reality. Leading these efforts are the Ottawa Art Gallery and the Council of the Arts of Ottawa, which are highly professional and well-respected organizations. Also, the University of Ottawa has indicated that they have a keen interest in helping to develop the Black Box. This will be firmed up in the coming months together with additional classroom space. And staff are proposing that we involve the private sector, of which a number of potential private sector bidders have told the city that they have an interest in the air rights offering. And lastly, this project's location at a critical point on our new Confederation Line means that our city's investment in this asset will only increase over time. L'emplacement de ce projet à un moment critique de notre nouvelle ligne de la Confédération signifie que notre investissement dans cet actif ne fera qu'augmenter au fil du temps. Our council has taken bold steps to show residents that we can move our city forward. LRT, finally. Lansdowne Park, finally. And today, finally, I believe Arts Court's time has come. I ask that you join me today to put uncertainty and delay behind us and pave a bright future for our vibrant arts community, for a facility that truly serves residents from all parts of our city. Je vous demande de vous joindre à moi aujourd'hui afin d'ouvrir un avenir radieux pour notre communauté artistique dynamique. So we have a presentation by staff, which will be followed by presentations and then opening for questions. Mr. Kanellakis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your opening comments for setting the context for this project. I'm here in the capacity, I was chairing, Kent asked me to chair the steering committee for this project since 2011, when Council approved the implementation strategy for the redevelopment of the Arts Court that set out the implementation plan and the proposed financial framework. And I come here today with members of the team, and I'd like to introduce them from my far right. Mitch Hall, which is one of our architectural consultants, and Barry Podolsky is also the other member of the team, lead on the team, which Barry's not here today, but I believe he has representation. Of course, Peter Ratke from Repto, and Lauren Reeves is here. And we also have presentations from Peter Honeywell from the Council for the Arts of Ottawa, and Alex Badzak, CEO of the Ottawa Art Gallery. In terms of public delegations, there may be a few more who will be speaking about this project. Mayor, you covered the introduction and the need very well, and the purpose of today is to provide an update on the building program and the design that we've been working on for the last 2 years that's been developed by the stakeholders, give you an update on the discussions or the outcomes of discussions with the University of Ottawa and where that's at, and also to talk about the proposed project funding framework, which includes the sale of defined development rights to the private sector for construction of either a residential, hotel, or office tower to be co-located and integrated with the expansion of the city's Arts Court facility. This is going to be a vibrant part of our city, and you can see from that picture here, and we put that up deliberately to show you what we have right now, and so you can see as we move through the presentation what the potential is for this site in the heart of our downtown and what it can do to revitalize a key area for our city. And so now I'll turn it over to Lauren, and we'll start walking you through the presentation.
So following council approval in July 2011 of the Arts Court implementation strategy, staff retained the joint venture architect team of Barry Podolsky Architects and KPMB Architects out of
Just
Toronto.
move your mic a little closer. Just pull it closer.
We retained the joint venture architect team of Barry Podolsky Architects and KPMB Architects out of Toronto to put together the building program and designs for the Ottawa Art Gallery expansion and Arts Court redevelopment project. The design development process that led to the designs we're going to walk you through shortly were led by a project team made up of staff and the joint venture architect team. But at the outset of the design process, a working group was devised consisting of representation by the key Arts Court stakeholder groups. And this includes the Ottawa Art Gallery, I'll refer to them as the OAG, Saw Video and Art Engine, representing the Media Arts Hub interest, Independent Film Cooperative, Canadian Film Institute, Animation Festival, the Ottawa Council for the Arts, and the University of Ottawa. Through numerous working group sessions, the stakeholders had substantial and direct input into the into the building design, ensuring that these specialized spaces would meet the end user's requirements. And then we had a formal steering committee was established to as a decision-making body, again with representation from all of the stakeholder groups, and that was chaired by the Deputy City Manager of Operations. So the steering committee's role has been to approve by consensus each of the 4 stages of the design process. And so it was imperative then that the design development be as highly consultative and iterative as it has been, because we needed to establish that consensus by the steering committee. And at the conclusion of each of the 4 design stages, we had a progressively more precise cost estimate done, and then we made adjustments to the program scope each time to keep the project continuing on budget. Some of the additional due diligence that's been done is the Advocate Architect team has applied to the Planning Department for site plan approval, which includes design approval, as well as a heritage permit application and a rezoning application. The heritage application and zoning went to, or were approved by Council on August 28th of this year. The rezoning was appealed to the OMB, and the board has set an early December date to hear the city's request for a motion to dismiss the appeal. But should it go to a full hearing, it's the expectation that the board would be able to render a decision by March of next year. Apparently that's a reasonable date to assume. And at that point then, site plan approval would be able to be issued as well. So at this point in the process, we're at the 4th and final stage of design. We're nearly complete, and we have completed detailed floor plans, specifications, and finishes. So the city's cultural building program includes 43,000 square feet of new museum quality space for the Ottawa Art Gallery. It includes a new multi-purpose/screening room, and that has retractable seating that would accommodate up to 250 people. And this was the key area that was affected by the rescoping, where early in the design process it was discovered that the original 350-seat theater that had been proposed in the 2011 implementation plan, that with all of its back-of-house space requirements and the theater itself, it would occupy about double the space that we'd originally estimated and therefore double the cost. So that's been scoped back to a 250-seat multi-purpose and screening room, and this was approved by the steering committee. It was agreed that this alternative would serve a variety of needs for visual, media, and electronic art, film and video production, readings, major events, and festivals. The University of Ottawa has been collaborating with the working group from the outset to develop a program that includes a 120-seat black box theater and 4 classroom spaces. The university will be funding all of their construction costs, their full project cost, and they will also be contributing their proportional share to shared building spaces as well as land. Once the Ottawa Art Gallery moves into its new home, we will be able to repurpose the space vacated by them to use it for the major media arts partners and meet their programming requirements. And then finally, the new construction will be connected to the existing building on 4 levels, and that will create an integrated and functional arts hub that is also finally truly accessible. So while the design of the city's cultural facility is highly defined, the private sector tower component has been designed more as a building envelope within which the private sector proponent would have some flexibility of design as long as it doesn't interfere or compromise the city's objectives. So that private sector envelope would include a 6-story podium, and then above it would be a 17-story point tower. Any underground parking would also go to the private sector, as they would require for their tower use. So the delivery model for the overall project will seek a design-build developer to purchase the development opportunity for a residential, hotel, or office development, and who will also build the cultural component of the project. So we would be looking for some form of consortium. And the project team has run 2 separate procurement processes over the 2 years, a request for information and a request for expressions of interest. And we've held commercially confidential meetings with a number of individuals and consortia, and we have received some serious interest, primarily from the residential and hotel markets. I'm going to skip that because I've spoken to it. The design of the city's cultural component has been significantly advanced to this point. So we have detailed floor plans, structural designs, detailed performance specifications, finishes, ceiling finishes, floor finishes, door schedules. So it's very advanced, and therefore we are confident with our project cost estimate. So the estimate for both new and repurposed spaces is $34 million. And the proposed funding framework that staff are bringing forward has no debt or tax implications. The 2011 implementation strategy proposed a funding framework that included an application to the Department of Canadian Heritage for a $9 million grant from the Cultural Spaces Canada Fund. That application wasn't approved, and so staff are recommending a revised funding framework, as you see here. Under the revenues, we're recommending $9.29 million, so that's been reduced with the as a result of the Canada Cultural Spaces grant. In terms of existing funds, there's $16.51 million, and then staff are recommending that an additional $8.2 million of city funds be directed toward the project. And those would come from a tax rate stabilization loan, from capital contributions proposed in the 2014 draft operating and capital budgets, and from the sale of surplus land account. The procurement and delivery model has three components. A design-build partner would be sought to firstly construct for a fixed price the new construction. So that's the Ottawa Art Gallery expansion and the University of Ottawa building program. Secondly, they would undertake the prescribed renovations to the existing Arts Court facility as a separate bid price. And third, they would purchase the right to develop and construct a residential hotel or office use within the defined development envelope. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mitchell Hall to take you through the designs.
Thanks very much, Lauren. Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. Our task, therefore, was to create and reimagine an integrated and vibrant arts community on this site, while respecting and celebrating the heritage, and specifically the heritage architecture of the site. But you'll notice that the new work is very deliberately modern in juxtaposition to essentially offer up contrast, while very careful and subtle proportional and alignment relationships were created to acknowledge and work with the existing heritage fabric. The view that you're currently looking at is the Daly Street elevation. You'll recognize the corner of the registry office on the right. This is what we refer to as the new arrival court, or the new entrance court of the entire complex. As Lauren pointed out, it's universally accessible. This is the new front door to the entire complex. And the way that it works essentially is that it's an exterior courtyard space. It contains a bosque of trees. It would contain sculpture. You can see a green wall that slides into an atrium space that is multi-storied and occurs right at the intersection of the plan and section relationship between the new and the old. So this is essentially the heart of the new kind of reimagined institution. You can see the symmetrical kind of proportional relationship between the heritage element on the right and the new component on the left that kind of create this really nice kind of courtyard condition that, although it's facing north, will get some really nice light and will be a wonderful space to occupy during the warmer seasons. The idea is that the OAG Cafe, which is contained within the atrium beyond, could actually spill out into this space during that time. So it creates kind of really warm and inviting location on the building and a new entrance. This is a very tight and challenging site, and there's a lot of program to pack into it, but recognizing that this was really about city building and the need to create really significant civic space. We work very closely with all of the users, and I think that the multi-purpose room represents a really kind of interesting example of collaboration and looking for opportunities to create efficiencies in the use of space, and therefore in the use of very precious public dollars. So the black box, the anthracite zinc box that's floating, levitating above the entrance, is actually the multi-purpose room, and that multi-purpose room is very specifically located on the second floor because it needs to work with the existing theater space and the existing studio space in the existing building. There was a question earlier about where one might find a venue for an animation festival. It's right here. Between the multi-purpose room and the existing facilities, there's up to 500 seats. As Lauren pointed out, what's interesting about this room and what makes it multifunctional is an idea called retractable seating, which is a very simple concept about a bank of seats that literally, like walking a dog, are rolled out or rolled back into a position that occupies about 3 feet of space and plan. So this space can actually be used as a gallery space for the Ottawa Art Gallery, which is very important to them, as a venue for celebrations or events, and obviously a very kind of purpose-built screening room could also work as a theater space. You'll notice that there are some people milling about above the piece of art on the new component. That's the terrace. That's an extension of the multi-purpose space. So it offers up this ability to kind of have an indoor-outdoor relationship, space that overlooks the North Court and benefits from that relationship. The private sector is immediately to the left of the piece of art, which is intended as an opportunity for the art gallery to kind of promote and celebrate celebrate itself on the street and to promote its latest exhibitions and events. One of the biggest challenges we faced as a result of the other conditions along Waller Street and the Mackenzie Bridge was where to load and where to put the parking ramp. So those two glazed doors below the art are actually the loading and parking doors, and we've treated them very carefully, very sensitively because of the fact that they're right by the front door. So they're intended to be sandblasted glass, they're recessed in, and they're obviously right beside the private sector entrance as well. So this was a very tricky condition for us. This also represents the main drop-off, a vehicular drop-off for the site because of the nature of Waller Street, which you all know very well. I think we could probably move. I'm sorry, maybe just very quickly. The private sector component, as Lauren pointed out, is really is essentially an idea about what it could be. We've had some really interesting meetings with hoteliers and condominium developers, and so there are various permutations and possibilities for this lower level. But the idea is to kind of create a really animated and interesting, exciting corner on Waller and Daly that is occupied by the private sector, multi-height lobby space and amenity space, possibly a pool or a party room on the upper level. So this is the exact opposite view. This is a view looking north. It's the same view that you would have looking at the model from where you're sitting. The identity of the Ottawa Art Gallery was critical in this whole composition, as was, quite frankly, the University of Ottawa and their need to have identity. So along with all the other challenges that we were faced with on the site was the need to create these identities, these separate identities within the overall composition. So the large box, for lack of a better word, that we're looking at in the middle of the composition is the Ottawa Art Gallery. Now most galleries are very kind of introverted black boxes. It was very important to the gallery and to the design, we felt, that there be some form of extroversion, that the art itself could be celebrated in the elevation, and that the large opening to the upper right of what is otherwise a black box was an opportunity for the art to literally be projected onto the elevation, celebrated on the elevation, because there's a need for revenue beyond the multipurpose room. The conference room and associated balcony above that is another opportunity for revenue for the city. It has a fabulous view kind of down the canal, and we think will make for really kind of exciting and interesting space. The skin itself, although currently evolving and being developed, is an idea about an abstraction of the original grillage from the Firestone House, the importance of the Firestone collection to the Ottawa Art Gallery, and the need to kind of celebrate that in the architecture. It's a very simple box, and so the idea is to kind of create this really elegant skin that reads in a multiplicity of ways that's very three-dimensional in perspective. The black box theater is the vine-colored element to the lower right of the art gallery, and again the need to kind of celebrate a very clear identity and a clear entrance for the University of Ottawa. You can see the little emblem and the stair just to the right of the ivy-colored black box theater, and then there's a kind of a lobby space up above that links back into the building. Again, private sector above that, great opportunity for them to have a south-facing terrace, and then above that, either a hotel, a condo, or a combination thereof. There have been an interesting number of proponents that are interested in doing a hybrid version. So this is currently representing a condominium, but it might be quite different. We feel very strongly about the need for it to be sculptural and to be harmonious with the overall composition of the project, and that's been highly supported by many of the proponents we've spoken to. You can see the relationship to the heritage and the need to kind of provide visibility to that, despite the kind of tightness and the compactness of the site. Lauren? This is what it would look like at night. And again, so this idea of kind of creating a beacon for art in the city, something that would be luminous, something that would glow, something that you would actually see art projected onto the surface of the glass. This is a very busy corner, as I know you know. There's a tremendous amount of pedestrian movement across this corner. And it's very important to kind of create, again, city space, public space, urban space. So the South Court is very carefully kind of sculpted back to create opportunities for the public to inhabit it and to hang out and to celebrate art in the city. Each one of the courtyards that we'll get into in a little bit more detail has a very similar kind of menu of elements, if you were, that involve sculpture and art, trees and planters and elements that kind of create a cohesiveness or a precinct for the entire complex. This is a site plan that very kind of simply and diagrammatically shows you the components. There's a very clear vertical line between what's new and what's old. You can see the art gallery, the University of Ottawa black box, the multipurpose room, and the private sector tower up at the upper right-hand corner of Waller and Daly. You can see the configuration of the North Court with the bosque of trees and the atrium below that. And then the kind of stepping condition of the South Plaza, which interestingly the opportunity and the challenge of the site was to work with its section. There's a full floor difference between the Mackenzie King Bridge side and Daly Street, and that was both a challenge and an opportunity. It allowed us to create entrances at two different levels. All the school kids that would arrive in the bus, for example, would arrive along Daly, drop off and move right into the building at the lower level, right into their workshop space, while the main entrance to the gallery occurs at the south end, a full floor above. The heritage component is very specifically carved out from a design perspective and from a contractual perspective because of its complexity and the risk associated with developing it. One of the key decisions that was made was the need to kind of integrate both in plan and in section both elements of the building. And in order to do that, we had to unplug what is an east-west corridor, which you'll see in a later plan, and to move that stair away, to relocate that stair to allow that connection to occur. I think we can probably go to the next one, Lauren. So this is a little bit of detail that will help you start to understand the overall development of the site. The Urban Design Review Panel was very keen and interested in a kind of holistic approach to the site. So the tree at the lower left is referred to as a Freeman maple. It's a combination of a red and a silver, and it turns this fabulous orangey red color in the in the fall. It wraps the entire site. So again, this idea of kind of creating this precinct, this arts precinct. The idea of the green walls is quite important, not only in North Court, but on the black box for the University of Ottawa. The image at the upper left is actually in New York, but it's an idea about an outdoor cafe, and that will give you a kind of a feeling for the spatial quality and the animation that we believe will occur in the North Court, the main entry court, obviously when the weather is appropriate. You can see green roofs, which are obviously very important, especially if you're in an upper level of a condo staring down onto the top of the art gallery. So again, this kind of the importance of the landscape. Let's go to the next one. I just want to quickly point out one thing on the last one. Waller Street is a really challenging design problem. We worked very hard with the city to develop what is essentially a 12-foot wide sidewalk with a planter and trees that will provide a buffer to the traffic. As you know, there's a tremendous amount of truck traffic. So that's an image of a precedent on Bloor Street. This is a plan that illustrates on the ground floor level the importance of the cross connection in plan and in section between the new and the old. The repurposing is very strategically and surgically done on the lower levels. The Saw Court, Club Saw and Saw Gallery Court on the far left, which is on Nicholas, will be lowered to create a kind of more accessible, more attractive entrance into the existing complex at that level. And this is just a section that illustrates, looking north, that connection between the new and the old, the new on the right, the old on the left, at all levels, both in plan and in section, which is fundamental to the success of the project, we believe.
So the timeline that staff are seeking authority to implement would have a request for qualifications released later this month. It would close just prior to the holiday break, and a short list of proponents would be selected in January of next year, suggesting that the RFP would be released in March or as soon after an OMB decision on the rezoning as possible. It would be a 3-month procurement closing in May, and then staff would bring a report back to Council to advise of the preferred proponent and seek authority to negotiate and execute agreements which could be done by September of next year, and construction commencement in November. So I'll speak to that in the report recommendations. So the recommendations of the report are that Finance and Economic Development Committee recommend that Council, first of all, approve the building program for the project. Secondly, establish a capital project in the amount of $34 million for the construction of the city's cultural components. And I just want to reiterate that the $34 million is based on a Class B project cost estimate, and so that is within 5 to 10% accuracy. Thirdly, approve the procurement process for the design-build development of the cultural facility and the sale of the private sector tower development rights. And finally, declare the development rights at 60 and 70 Waller Street a surplus to the city requirements.
Great, thank you. So we have 3 delegations that we'll hear from first, and the first is Alexandra Badzik, the Director and CEO of the Ottawa Art Gallery. And if we have a seat for Alexandra, and followed by Peter Honeywell, and then Peggy Ducharme. So Alex has been working on the steering committee, and we appreciate all of her good advice and a lot of time spent away from the gallery to help with this project. And I see Penny is here from SAW as well, so the floor is yours. Do we have enough seats for everyone? There we go.
Thank you so much, Mayor Watson and councillors. And thank you so much for your words earlier, Mayor Watson. They really did sum up everything that I think I also wanted to put forward. We are so pleased with this project. It is the right scale at the right time. It is what we asked for, and we're so happy with it. We really do believe that it is the next step in a revitalization of the downtown core, along with the LRT and the redevelopment of Rideau Street and the Rideau Centre. It is a coming-of-age story for our arts community, and I can't tell you how pleased we are to be this close to making that a reality. It's a renaissance time for museum and gallery building all over the world. Tourists want something beyond just those sunny destinations. They want cultural destinations, and I think, Mayor Watson, you can attest to this when you brought your delegation to China. That is a big market out there that wants to see these types of destinations have happen. And we will be ready to tell Ottawa's story through art in 2017, when the rest of Canada and the world will celebrate our nation's 150th anniversary right here in Ottawa. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the limitations of our current space. I think you're all well aware of it. We have artwork literally stored in jail cells. We do our arts programming for school and tour our family programming in hallways. We've got limitations. Accessibility is a big one, obviously. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time about that, but I do want to make the point that the Ottawa Art Gallery is not just a downtown facility. We are here for all of Ottawa. We are the home for the arts here in Ottawa. Our current reach through our school programs, our Firestone School program, our art tent, goes from Carp to Cumberland, and that reach will just grow exponentially as we get the new gallery. This is an exciting time for us. And I'm so glad we brought up the Animation Festival, because that kind of level of interconnectivity and collaboration is exactly what we want to see as we move forward. I want to talk a little bit about the Firestone family. They were an important family that gave an amazing gift to the Ottawa Art Gallery, and I just want to point out their home, which really is the seed for the inspiration for the Ottawa Art Gallery moving forward. We wanted to create a space that is people and art centered, and I think that the city and our architects have delivered that for us. This year marks the 40th anniversary for the Firestone Collection's generous donation to the City of Ottawa. And as I learned more about the Firestone family, the fact that O.J. was an immigrant here to Ottawa, that he wanted to collect art because it allowed him to understand the adopted country that he had come into. And he collected the life work of one artist in particular, and that is A.Y. Jackson. And here's his works before you. These are the seminal works of Canadian art, and the Firestone Collection has one of the largest collection of A.Y. Jackson's work in the world. Did you know that? A.Y. is our guy, and we're going to tell that story through the Discovery Center when we have the new expanded Ottawa Art Gallery. And that's just one of the many treasures that we're going to be able to showcase in that new gallery space. And I want to get philosophical on you just for a moment before I close. Sewers and roads will come and go. Neighborhoods will grow and expand. You and I will come and go from this good earth. But if we do our job right now and make the right decision today, 150 years from now, A.Y. Jackson's art is going to remain, because that is what art does. It endures. It reminds us of what mattered now and how it is reinterpreted to matter in the future. So please help me and help the community behind me who really wants to see this happen get this project done. We have done our homework. We have an excellent business plan that's been vetted by the city and approved. I've got an incredible board and a capital campaign committee ready to get out the gates to move this forward. And I know that the people around this table, council, you believe in this. You know how important this is to Ottawa, and I hope that you can vote in favor of this project today. And before I close, I just really want to commend the great work of city staff and the architectural team of working with stakeholders to create something that I think we all can be very proud of. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Alex. Questions to Alex? Councillor Thompson. Now, you know A.Y. Jackson lived in Manotick.
I know.
But not quite Osgood.
I heard
but I'm sure he visited Osgood.
Yeah. It was all across the city. And you mentioned Carp to Cumberland, but I just didn't want you to forget Greeley and Metcalfe in the south.
I was going with alliteration there. Yeah.
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions pour Alex? No? Great, thank you. So next we have Peter Honeywell, the Executive Director of the Council for the Arts, Ottawa.
Thank you, Mayor Watson. And with me today is Penny McCann, the Director of SAW Video. And so I'm just going to take a few minutes to represent the residents of the building. We have 25 arts groups resident in the building. Our organization came into the building in 1989. It was a dusty courthouse at the time. And very quickly, groups got together, and the question of the day was, can you fill the space? And I remember having that meeting with Jim Durrell, which was, this is a big building. Can you fill this building? And we said, we're confident we can. And within 11 months, every space had been rented. They remain rented today with a waiting list of as long as your arm to be able to get in. And the problem is, in 25 years, groups grow. Their programs have grown. They all need more space. So it is not a question of whether we can fill that space, but the fact that we need more space to move into. I really want to thank Steve Kanalakis and his team and his office, the Culture Division, real estate. Over the past 18 months, they have been so open with this community. And what I've also learned is a good architect is an architect that listens. This architect did not impose a view on us. He actually listened to the needs of the building. And to Mitch Hall and his team, thank you. One thing that Mitch maybe didn't mention in his presentation is the old and the new will be married on 4 floors, and on each of those floors it will pierce through. So it means now if someone comes to the building in a wheelchair, you can access 4 floors of the building. That is not the case now. You must go down an alleyway, press a button, wait for the front desk to leave their operation, close the front desk, come down an elevator, and open up an emergency door for you to allow you in, then get you up on an elevator to a main floor. In the future, anyone who has mobility issues can come to this building and access the full building. This is a huge, huge problem with a heritage building that I think is being solved by the new architecture. I'm not going to say anything else because I'd like to pass it over to Penny. Penny is going to benefit from increased space and increased programming, so I thought I'd just let her give you a sense of what they'll be doing with their space.
Thank you, Peter. I just wanted to highlight a couple of the areas that the Arts Group redevelopment will be bringing to the city. One of them is the creation of a festival hub. The 250-seat multi-purpose space will be outfitted with the latest digital technology in order to be able to foster support film and video screenings. Things like the Animation Festival, the Canadian Film Institute and the Animation Festival are involved in discussions in the fit-up. So that's a really good, there's so many festivals. Ottawa's in the middle of a cultural renaissance right now, and this will really help the multi-purpose room and the Ottawa Art Gallery itself, and the repurposing and the connectivity with the current spaces in Arts Court will really bring that home. The other thing I just wanted to point out, obviously, how it impacts digital media and contemporary visual and media arts in the city through the repurposing of the space vacated by the Ottawa Art Gallery. So we'll see a whole dynamism happening on the main floor and what they now call elegantly the concourse level, which is, we just think of as the basement. And so a new home for Saw Video, a new home for Art Engine will be connected with creating a media hub on the main floor.
1 minute.
Saw Gallery will be taking over the current Arts Court OAG galleries and a big new expanded Club Saw. So we're working all in concert to really create a dynamic new space, and can't wait to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Penny or Peter? Great. So our final delegation is Peggy Ducharme, Executive Director of the Downtown Rideau BIA. Peggy, welcome. A familiar face. You have 5 minutes.
There we go. Well, good morning, Your Worship and members of committee. I'm pleased to be here this morning representing the Downtown Rideau Board of Management of the Rideau Business Improvement Area. We're pleased to lend our support to this project, the expansion and redevelopment of a new Ottawa Art Gallery and Arts Court Cultural Complex in downtown Rideau. These two municipal cultural entities are key assets defining downtown Rideau's brand and status as our city's fashion, arts, and theater district. This is noted in the city's official plan and cultural plan, and we have all been working toward this vision for many years. Every opportunity to assist the Ottawa Art Gallery and Arts Court Cultural Complex to flourish and prosper as a cultural destination, mentoring a downtown cultural showcase venue for Ottawa's cultural community should be encouraged and followed if possible. We're very excited about what we're seeing here today. We've been following this project for years. I echo Peter and Alex's comments and sentiments. I would just like to share with you some of how well this synergy is taking place elsewhere in our district, and how important the timing is now to leverage those opportunities from a cost efficiency standpoint on the city's investments behalf, but also on impact on adjacent community to minimize construction concerns and what have you. The Rideau Center redevelopment revitalization project is beautiful, and it is right beside this project, and the vision of both these projects complement each other so well that you would think that they were done in tandem. When you look at the renderings that were shown to you, the view that is looking north, which had the hostel beside it, just beyond that to the left would be Rideau Center's revitalized building with the Nordstrom department store. So the stature and prominence of these kinds of adjacencies are very important, I think, to your investment and awareness. On the flip side of the building, looking toward Rideau Street, Rideau Center's project also helps draw and connect Rideau Street back toward Mackenzie King Bridge and this site. And the other adjacent properties being the Novotel Hotel and some of their investments similarly complement this vision. So I think that the overall end product of what is happening elsewhere in the community along with this project is very, very exciting, and a wonderful opportunity to create a showcase venue for all of Ottawa from its far reaches to come on downtown and feel celebrated that they have a premier showcase venue for all of the performing arts or the visual arts or the media arts or what have you. In adjacent to the Ottawa Convention Centre, the tourism markets, the hotels, expanded room and space for the festivals that we've mentioned, the Animation Festival, and certainly the Downtown Rideau BIA is a key partner with all of this and has been and looks forward to continuing to be so in the future. So I thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Peggy. Are there any questions for the delegation? Right. Thank you very much. So we have, I've started a list. I have Councillors Clark, Taylor, Hume, Shirelli, Councillor Deans, Aglai, and Councillor Fleury has some wrap-up comments as the ward councillor. So questions to staff. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take the opportunity to make questions and comments. In the countdown, did we approach the feds on that grant that is not available to us?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, did we approach them again?
Yeah.
No, we haven't approached them again, but there are plans for the various community stakeholders to make an application as part of their own organizations for some of their fit-up and equipment that they require.
Mm-hmm. Well, I ran down memory lane when the mayor spoke. I was a driver in the acquisition of this building and in the acquisition of the site next door where the other building is, and Beaver Barracks and the Millennium Field out in Cumberland. I believe in these, what might be considered long-term city beneficent projects. It's important, in my view, that we take a look at the balance in services in the community and that we build this community into something that is bigger than it was when we started. And that's the legacy we all leave behind, whether it's an LRT or any other things. And it's not about political credit, it's about doing the right thing. And I believe this is the right thing. Peter Honeywell's threatened my life if I didn't. But I would just like to congratulate staff on a good job, well done, and you have my support.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I too just want to take a moment to congratulate all of our arts, culture, and heritage staff, as well as Mr. Kanalakis and his team. But I also want to rewind a little bit. Earlier in this term of council, I had the opportunity to participate in the renewed action plan for arts, culture, and heritage for the 2013 to 2018 window. And I know that many of the staff participated and supported in that as well as Ms. Badsack and Ms. Ducharme, who were here today, and we heard from them, under the leadership of Dr. Lily Colton and Jacqueline Peltier. So we had quite a broad spectrum of folks from the arts community come together and help us put together a plan for arts, culture, and heritage in the city. And Arts Court Renewal was the #1 cultural capital project that they wanted to see completed. And for the first time in many, many years, we had kind of a galvanizing force within the arts community to say, this is really going to be the hub that we need to springboard to that next step and stabilize our sector. So I want to bring that just back into some sharp relief that you've got an entire sector behind this project, as well as our very well thought out proposal brought forward by city staff. I would also just mention that notwithstanding Ms. Badsack's comments about sewers and roads, obviously we're doing those as well. There is an ambitious infrastructure plan in place that this council has authored, as well as a transportation plan, a transit plan, an older adult plan that is moving forward, a youth plan that, under Councillor Fleury's guidance, housing and homelessness, as well as economic development. So there really isn't a point where we're saying, let's put money into arts and not do something else. This council has adopted an all-of-the-above approach, and I think we're progressing very well on all of the fronts. And certainly, I don't think any of us would be, I think we'd all be hard-pressed to find me a department that's not busy, that's not doing something, that's not out there delivering for our residents. And we're doing it all within a very constrained budget environment that we have all adopted. So leaving economic development for a moment or bringing that back to arts, I just want to remind folks as well, we heard obviously through the budget debate earlier on the FEDCO budget, we talked about tourism, we talked about events, we talked about festivals in this city. And I'd remind folks that arts is a very broad area, arts and culture. And, it's more than just pictures hanging on walls. It can be festivals, it can be music, it can be entertainment. A lot of the things that we consume in our daily lives and draw enjoyment from are, by definition, the arts, even if we don't necessarily think of them as such. And so having a hub and having a place to amplify those successes, especially ones generated by our local artists, is of the utmost importance. And that was, brought to bear certainly by the Renewal Committee and adopted by the CPSC Committee and adopted by Council at various points throughout this term. So to all of the participants and the authors of this, I want to say thank you very much. Congratulations on all your hard work. And to my colleagues, I certainly hope that you can find it within your means to once again endorse our advancement on this file. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Hume, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to go back to, I wonder if we can have the architect come back up, because I want to talk about the street front, and he had some very interesting renderings, and that are actually quite. We can never get our operations people to approve some of the things you showed, so I'm interested in knowing how you did it, so we can get more of it, because this is, and I'm not trying to be, it's just the truth. Man, if that road isn't absolutely straight and those trees aren't in structural soil, we'll never get it approved. So some of what I'm worried about is that I see this great picture and I'm going to vote for it, and then somewhere down the line, one of Mr. Kanalakis' underlings is going to come by and go, oops, switch. And we're going to get debated. We've been baited and we've been switched. So can you expand upon the discussions you've had with the operations people that will kind of really say to us that that's the kind of streetscape that we're going to see?
First of all, Steve promised that he wouldn't do that.
Yes. Yeah. I won't say, but I've been down that road before with the operations people.
This is not new, and it's not specific to Ottawa, quite frankly. I mean, the challenge with street trees is getting enough volume of soil in the roots.
Absolutely.
There's some interesting technology called silvacells. And silvacells, I'm not sure how prominent or prevalent they are in Ottawa, but they've been used quite extensively on the waterfront in Toronto, where I've done some work as well. The biggest challenge with Waller Street, as you know, is the truck traffic.
Yes.
And the need to kind of create a humane kind of pedestrian-safe environment. And we worked very closely with Bliss Edwards, who's sitting back there, and the rest of her team and the entire city staff to come up with strategies that we think will not only work but endure. And so the planters are very deliberately established to be at bench height, so people can actually sit on them if they would like to. And below the level of the soil, we would install silvacells. There would be a large volume of soil. We picked trees that
I know that.
We pick trees that actually make sense in these type of environments. We're sort of speeding through the presentation, but actually ginkgos are fabulous in very tight urban environments. They somehow thrive in all the pollution and lack of moisture. So do maples, and these Freeman maples, as I say, will turn a fabulous color in the fall. And we expect that they'll be very, very, very healthy. And so we work closely with our landscape architect to make sure that we have the right soil volumes and the right kind of details to make sure that this works.
And so you're quite right, and what I wanted to ask a little bit more about is if you can describe how you're going to humanize that environment, because it's a very harsh, caustic place right now that really is sort of the forgotten part. It's wedged in behind a hotel, the back face of a shopping mall. When you go under the underpass, it's just not a very accommodating.
You're on Daly as well as Waller.
So I'm encouraged by your discussion about silva cells and the lack of structural soil, if and trees in little pots that will never grow and have to be replaced in 10 years. We've had those debates, and they've always been a real tough go, because it's a more expensive way to do things.
Yes.
So.
Yes. On the waterfront, these exact same maples were planted in silva cells, I believe, 2 years ago, and you wouldn't believe how big they are now. And that's essentially a big vat of contaminated soil. So we used exactly the same detail that we propose to use here. And the intent is to kind of create, as I mentioned earlier, to create the precinct. There are already some fairly decent sized trees along Daly. They're basically weed trees. They're Chinese elms, I believe. And so the idea is to kind of intersperse and create a new language around the entire site of these Freeman maples, which should thrive in this environment. Clearly, where the existing heritage buildings are, there's no challenge with soil, right? I mean, there's lots of landscape there, so those trees won't be a problem. But along Waller, which you point out, is the challenge. And the push me pull you in the whole kind of exercise was to create an attractive development parcel while trying to maintain a humane environment on what is otherwise an incredibly hostile street in the city. And so again, we work very closely with the city to try to develop, what will be a very humane space, with the possible exception of that little zone at the pinch point. But even in that location, the sidewalk is 12 feet wide plus the planter. And so the planter essentially acts as a barrier. And we're never going to kind of get rid of the noise and the pollution associated with the truck, but at least there's a kind of layer there that will help to buffer that. And then obviously to kind of carve out wherever there's an opportunity, public space.
Right. So can you tell me a little bit more about the public space at the Nicholas and Daly intersection? That it looks like a courtyard you've created there.
The North Court?
Is that the North?
Yeah.
Yes.
If we go back to maybe the first rendering, Lauren?
I mean, I think it's worth mentioning. It's not. That's looking.
That one there. So
that one there.
Yeah. So it essentially acts. It's an arrival point in a kind of, as I said, a reimagined, integrated, vibrant arts community. It's the new front door. It's the universally accessible entrance. What Peter was referring to earlier is this need to kind of connect both in plan and in section. So when you go in that front door, and it's, as I say, it's accessible. There are elevators right there. There are stairs right there, and it takes you up, and you connect to the heritage components, which are on the right, and the new construction on the left. So this is a landscaped court. Yes, it faces north, but because of the scale of the two symmetrical buildings, the heritage building and the new building, you actually get quite a bit of light, west light in the afternoon. And the idea is that green wall will slide from inside to outside and kind of create this ambiguity between inside and out. There's a bosque of trees. There was an image later on about an idea of how the cafe might spill out into that space. The OAG will have a cafe within the atrium that in the summertime will literally spill out like a terrace, and it should be fabulous.
So if I take you just a little bit further down west, down that street.
Along Daly?
Yeah, that wraps the corner. What's that corner going to look like?
Oh, you mean on the corner of Daly and Waller?
And Nicholas.
Oh, Daly and Nicholas. It will be much as it is today, with the exception of this idea of providing a certain level of unification with trees. There was a discussion that, quite frankly, was beyond our scope with the Urban Design Review Panel to try to integrate that a little bit more into this idea of a precinct. Unfortunately, there isn't currently money in the budget, but I think that in the future, potentially once the jail becomes the city's again in 2021, there's an idea of kind of creating a larger public realm, and the space that's currently being used for parking, for example, might be a fabulous outdoor space that could be used again for festivals, and we could sort of envision a stair that might connect it back up to the South Plaza, which is south of the new construction on the corner.
Right, okay. I think that's...
Sorry, the point that Lauren is just making, You've probably been to the existing Club Saw Gallery entrance. There's this weird contorted little stair that takes you down. What we did do was we lowered that whole courtyard that you can see to the west of the annex. We made it universally accessible, and quite frankly, we made it much nicer and more humane and elegant. You'll literally enter into the building at grade, literally right into the Club Saw or the gallery space at that level. I understand, although I haven't participated, there are outdoor film festivals that occur in that space. So again, it's developed in such a way to kind of reinforce that level of activity.
Well, a vast improvement in the public realm from what exists today, that's for sure. If the
trees grow.
No, well, if what we see appears, right? I mean, and that's always the challenge in moving from what we see here to some of the next phase of developments, and we don't want to lose the drive to a vastly improved public realm in our center core, because we've gotten off to the operational guys who say, well, how am I going to plow that sidewalk? Right. That's not a straight line for me, so we're not, and those are the challenges of a winter city, which we've never really been able to grapple with relatively well. And this is the first time that I've seen a real concerted effort to create a public realm that, will be wider sidewalks, so that you'll have street trees that will actually grow and flourish. We're hoping that Lansdowne Park, which we spent an inordinate amount of time talking about exactly the same things, the trees, and that will function in quite the same way. So it's really quite important that what we see here we're able to translate into actually what happens on the ground, because this will be very transformative if we can achieve that.
There would be no one more disappointed than myself.
Me too, actually, but we can be disappointed together. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question relates to just the impact it's going to have downtown on visitors, and specifically how will Arts Court handle visitors who are going to go to see this just for the spectacle that it is on its own. People coming from other countries who see it and want to take a look at it. Is there a physical provision to show it to people while it's being used?
I'm sorry, Chair, we missed the intent of the question. I'm sorry.
If you have tourists who want to get a look at Arts Court while it's being used, are they going to be able to do that? Or, for instance, in the video imaging sections in those parts of it, or do they have to wait till it's not being used?
Sorry, there's going to be an operating agreement for the spaces that are there that will be able to be used by community. For instance, University of Ottawa space in the summer months when school's out from May till September will be available to the public, and then the rest of the space with the other organizations will be available for public use too.
Can tourists come in and see Arts Court as it operates?
Absolutely.
Okay, I should have rephrased it. Thanks. My next question, I guess, starts with an observation, which is, it appears that this the model for this, I don't mean that model, I mean the financial model, is very friendly, because it appears to create no new debt, and it appears to create no new tax burden on taxpayers. So could you elaborate on that?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. We're repurposing some of the funding that we have, and it's in the report. We deliberately, when working with the city manager and Ms. Simulek, the city treasurer, came up with solutions that would not add a burden to the tax base for this next budget or create new debt, and try to use sources of funds that we have available to us for various reasons to contribute to this project and keep it within the financial envelope that the city has available to it going into next year and the next couple of years after that.
All right, that's very good. I think this is a good solution to an ongoing frustration, I guess, and it's actually going to take advantage of a lot of the talent we have here in the city, a lot of the operations that happen here. And when you look at, I just think when, for instance, again, back to Animation Festival, 4,000 people coming in from all around the world, and when they get to see this, it's something that the city will be proud of.
Sorry, that's a statement? Great, thank you.
Well, do you want me to make it longer?
No. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, despite Councillor Hume's misgivings, which I think are really well founded about the difference between the reality and where we are, and I hope it actually turns out this way, because I think it's beautiful. I think it's very cosmopolitan for downtown, and I think we need this space to animate the downtown. I was just at the Ontario Art Gallery to see the David Bowie collection, and it just impressed me how many people were there. It's just, art galleries are people places, and arts courts, and they bring people together, and I think that it will be a really major, dramatic change to the downtown, along with a lot of the other changes that we're making. So I think that it's a really important project whose time has come. And to Alex's point earlier, I actually think it's a criminal offense that the Firestone collection's in a jail cell. It's just unbelievable. But I just want to go back a little bit in history, because I was the chair of the committee that oversaw this project during the last term of council, and I just want to take a bit of a trip down memory lane of how we got to today, because the journey hasn't been all that easy. First off, seem to recall that the art gallery in the last term wanted to be a standalone facility, and Mr. Kirkpatrick, seems to me that you were working with them to go to Lansdowne Park. So what happened to that? Can you just remind us?
I'm stretching my memory banks, but you're right. In 2009, in early 2010, we were focused at trying to site. The vision was Lansdowne Park as part of that redevelopment. It was proving, though, it was going to be very expensive, and of course didn't have the opportunity to generate the vision I think we've heard about here today, which is to connect the old with the new and make this not just an Ottawa Art Gallery, but the Ottawa Art Gallery with the Arts Court tenants, and in a way that would be consistent with the vision of the city's official plan, which identifies this area as an arts and culture district for the city.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. And then, Mr. Kanalakis, it seems to me that the province earmarked the money that they were giving us for a concert hall, and so we had a big hurdle to overcome to be able to use that money. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The concert hall in the last term of council was actually the #1 priority for council in our arts plan. And when that wasn't realized, when they ran into trouble, council then approved the arts court redevelopment as its #1 priority. At the time, we had been seeking funding from other levels of government for the concert hall. We did receive money, the funds that we're using for this project, which we got written permission from the minister, that were earmarked for the concert hall to be redirected to this project. And we also at the time had a letter of commitment from the federal government for an $8 million envelope, I believe, to be contributed towards the concert hall, which was never realized because the concert hall never came through. So we were focused on that #1 priority versus the arts court project.
So when did the province tell us that we could redirect the funds?
I'm thinking now, hang on the letter. Which was August 22nd, 2011.
Okay. And then we went back to the feds and asked them to allow us to use the funds that they had committed to the concert hall project.
We did, but they requested, the process then was to apply to Cultural Spaces Canada and the Heritage Department, and we applied as part of their grant program for the $9 million for this project.
Okay, so there were a lot of steps that had to be gone through to get to the point where we are today.
Mr. Mayor, yes, this has been a long-term project, and things have converged in this term of council.
Okay, so, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I do think it's a bit of a mischaracterization to say that the former council dithered in this project. I mean, this project is one that has evolved and has taken time to put the funds together, and I think that's what's happened, and I think we're fortunate to be at where we are today in this project. Having said that, the one concern that I have is with the film studio funds used for this project, because having been on the film board for a number of years, I know the importance of that. So my first question is, would it be possible to put a film studio in this arts court development?
An actual studio where you film things, as opposed to where you view film?
Well, the production studio.
A production studio. Okay, so that's an excellent question. I mean, I think that we worked very hard to create synergies, efficiencies in the scheme. And Steve pointed out earlier that the University of Ottawa Black Box Theatre, which seats 120 people, is a perfect kind of cube. And our concept was that that could be used for exactly that, because the production studio was in the original program. I'm not an expert in that design, but I understand from my discussions with Saw Video and with Penny in particular, and with the Film Institute, that is a possibility. So that, although it's restricted to the time that the University of Ottawa is not using it, it is potentially usable for that reason.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I believe the issue, Mr. Kirkpatrick or Saad Bashir may be able to comment better. My understanding is that the film studio is actually a soundstage and a production area, which under the scope of this project would not be able to fit into this project. In fact, we had to reduce the requirements of the project by the 350-seat theater and repurpose the existing 120-seat theater to 250-seat theater at a limited scale to be able to fit it within the space and within the budget envelope that we had. So there would not be an ability to incorporate a sound stage type project for making production in this project.
And if we didn't want to give up that $1 million for the film studio, production studio, is there any other funding source that we could use? Because I have the memo that Mr. Kirkpatrick sent us in 2012 telling us how important that is, and I agree that it is very important. So if we can't do it with $1.5 million, I'm not at all convinced we can do it with $500,000. So how are we going to move that project forward, and when, if we take these funds?
Mr. Mayor, you're right, Councillor, that we cannot do a full-scale soundstage with $500,000 because we couldn't do it with $1.5 million. The realization that we have come with Invest Ottawa's work is that we in Ottawa are really in need for a production space, not for a full-blown film studio. And as we mentioned earlier, that we are looking to do a bit of a co-op model where we are looking for space that fits the parameters that the industry have given us in terms of the absolute minimum size of the space, the height of the ceilings, those kinds of things. And we're working with our real estate group at the city, as well as with other real estate departments at school boards and Hydro Ottawa, to find that kind of space, use the $500,000 that we have, and fit up that space and make it available to the local industry. We are not going to be going after a full-blown, film studio with $500,000.
And what's the reaction of the people in that business in Ottawa who have been promoting that for a long time?
Bruce can probably add to that, but as he's taken his seat, I've met with the working group a number of times, and Bruce has a creative sector working group that meets regularly at Invest Ottawa. The reaction that I have received is that for sure they need a production space. It would be nice in an ideal world to have a full-blown studio. But the most recent conversation I had, which was last week with some of the members of the working group, the feedback I was receiving was that if we can come up with a production space as phase one, call it phase one, let that work for the local industry, and then as we can make that a success, we can go after a more traditional type of a studio. And maybe Bruce can add something further.
Yeah, we had a meeting of the Film and TV Committee last week, and of the 8 members present, they all basically said, look, we would love to have a film studio. We all understand that. But that involves literally tens of millions of dollars of public money, and not anywhere near what council has got available at this point. So what they said was, some sort of production facility is a good plan B. Now, you may have read recently that Fenton Road was a facility that the film industry has used, and just a few months ago was sold, and where they had stored some of their gear and where they had shot many movies in the past is now no longer available to them. So they're sort of at a crisis point right now. They need to find someplace available quickly. Some of the material that was stored at Fenton Road is now in the dumpster. That's a shame. And so what they're looking for is something where they can move on quickly. So I think with some flexibility around the remaining $500,000, we can find them a facility that they can move into rapidly and keep their production. And I should point out that still production in Ottawa is up over last year. So with the Fenton Road site, we were able to continue to shoot more movie days and more dollars. But I think we do need to do something quickly to give them someplace where they can, as Saad says, a production facility, if not a studio.
Can you just remind me, when I hear you, Mr. Lazenby, say that it was millions and millions of dollars, how did we land on a $1.5 million in our budget? What was the premise? Was it some sort of revenue sharing or cost sharing, or how did it get in there?
Right. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the RFP called for the private sector to come up with a significant amount of funding and to use that $1.5 million as seed funding to create a studio in Ottawa. That $1.5 million was never intended to be able to cover a big portion of the studio costs. It was meant to show that the city was interested in having such a facility, and that was used to then get people from all over the city as well as from outside Ottawa to show interest in the project. The realization that we came to after the RFP process ended was that the financial strength of this industry in Ottawa right now is perhaps not at that level where we can have somebody local put in significant amount of cash and produce a studio for the city.
Okay, those were all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Aguilar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have more in the way of comments than questions at this point. I want to thank staff for being quite creative, both in design and from a funding perspective, to allow us to go ahead with this project. And as Councillor Hume said, if we can make it look like it looks on that screen, it's going to be a great thing for the city. And I'm confident that you can do that. From a personal perspective, as a father of a graduate of Canterbury High School, a graduate of the Ottawa School of Art, currently studying fine arts at Mount Allison, and a parent who gave up his garage this summer so he could prepare his work for his first public show at university, I know the importance of public space for the arts and for the community. And I also know the importance of giving that artist that first opportunity to get that work done, to show it, to get the public feedback on what they're doing and how well they're doing it. And so I think this goes along well with some of the other major projects that we've got going in the city to revitalize the downtown, to make the city of Ottawa truly into a capital city. And I fully support this program. I fully support this design. I think it's definitely going down the right path. And again, I think that staff working with the arts community, and I don't mean this as a pun, but it's been very creative in coming up with a plan that fits, that's financially viable, And so I thank you for that, and I will be supporting this wholeheartedly.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Do you have a building permit for that garage, non-accessory use? Councillor here, would you look into that?
Since converted back to a garage, not to worry.
Good.
Oh, it's an illegal conversion.
Councillor McRae.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if staff could go back to that beautiful photograph of the rendering of the building. That's just simply stunning, Mr. Mayor, and I want to applaud our staff, and especially that nighttime one. Do you have the nighttime one that you can show again? Just wanted to applaud our staff and the many groups that are working towards this, and want to say that we've created in many ways an ideal opportunity where we get the opportunity as a council to work with the private sector, and we're doing so in a way that doesn't increase our debt load or increase taxes. And it's not very often, I think, that we can accomplish something this spectacular that has so many uses. So my only question, Mr. Mayor, to our staff, and if it's too early to talk about this, that's fine, and to anyone associated with the project, what element will there be in terms of the programming being offered that's not just directed to education at the university level, but to little kids and even some of our programs that we have in the city with persons with disabilities and seniors? Because we certainly do a lot of different art programming in that regard. And again, if this is something better, take it offline, that's fine. Or if Alex wants to answer it, because certainly I see this building adding a component of that. I think of groups like Mask and places that do that. And I think, again, in picking up something Councillor Dean said about how art galleries are just such gathering places, there's a lot of kids that are being introduced to art nowadays in ways that it must be fascinating to watch as a career progresses. And we've heard Councillor Aguilar even talk about how his own family member has gone from being a Canterbury graduate to actually pursuing ultimately a career in this area. So I'm just curious where we're going with that, because again, it would be very cool to say as a nation's capital that not only do we have this incredible arts court and the hub and the beautiful architecture, there's so many great things to say about this, but Ottawa may end up becoming a destination that we could market families to, and saying that there's an opportunity here to actually develop someone's art skills, maybe arts camp and things like that.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk about that. I mean, the OAG does a lot of that work already, and we just hope to build and build and build upon that. I mean, when we get that new building, we will finally have an art studio where exactly. We will be able to expand our art camps. We will actually be able to have a workshop component to the school tours that we bring in, which will allow us to actually get into the mucky, dirty stuff that we can't do right now because, of course, we have to do our programming in the hallways. And of course, we want to move. We have the opportunity to move into the classrooms, bring them to the gallery, to move back to the classroom. So we have that pre-post tour opportunity with our schools. That becomes incredibly important. We want to just build ourselves into the curriculum of Ottawa schools, be a place where families want to come to on a Sunday, where they have their coffee and their muffin and they come and they enjoy the art. We'll have stop and drop family activities for them. And in 2017, we want to see every single school children in Ottawa through our space so that they can learn about Ottawa through the art that we'll have up on the walls.
So through the mayor, I really appreciate that answer. I mean, I think of, you can go to the Museum of Nature and they've got skeletons of dinosaurs, but then you can go do a little faux dig and you dig up all kinds of things. And you look at it as recently as Commander Hadfield, when he speaks about his inspirations for what led to his career decisions, that a lot of these monumental, or the impact that can be monumental on kids happens in such a hands-on way. So I appreciate that you said that, because I would like to see the further integration and more expansion of partnerships with the city at the table, making sure that we're not duplicating our own services, but working with the schools, branching out even where you can take a component of the museum or the art gallery up to the school itself, and then maybe later on the parents come back during March break or summer holidays. So again, Mr. Mayor, I wholeheartedly support the file. I support the approach that staff have taken to this. Again, the win-win, the relevancy of how we're funding this, but the vision as well. And I think, Mr. Mayor, when you look at a city that some have say has really started to come of age, and I think that you look at one of the landmarks of that was when that beautiful convention center was built, and we're continuing to add more and more phenomenally outstanding architecture to the downtown and other parts of the city, that this is definitely a needed I guess, building for the most basic needs when you talk to the occupants, but it's something that's needed on that corner. And I can't imagine, Councillor Fletty, how excited you must be just to be the ward councillor to actually see something like this manifest itself. And again, I give kudos to people that are involved in, and your patience, Alex, if I could say, is phenomenal. So thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Councillor McCrae. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're going to forget me here. Okay, fair enough. I wanted to reflect on some of the comments that were shared by my colleagues, but also mention a couple of other items that might not be as discussed. The importance of this is that, there's a couple of elements that are all integrated, the Ottawa Art Gallery, but Arts Court. But when this council started, I asked the help of Councillor Holmes and Councillor Deans to better understand some of the efforts that were ongoing related to that site. It had been many years that a project was undergo, and nothing was concrete. And I recall at the time the building K at Lansdowne was the selection from Ottawa Art Gallery, and I see Lawson in the audience, the board chair, had come to present with me and had bought into that vision at that time. And for reason XYZ, came back to this site and really put the efforts of all the arts group and the Ottawa Art Gallery to buy into the project and really see what this location has to offer. And if I might just speak of the location quickly, we've talked about some of the plan and some of the trees, but the importance too is some of the connectivity, and Peter Annual made mention to it. You can imagine yourself at the expansion of the Rideau Centre, you're at Nicholas and Daly, and you'll be able to enter and work through the property right onto Waller. And that has a significant importance. And once you're on Waller, if you turn around, the access from the university is also a point that we put a lot of attention from the north side or the south side of the property, but on the eastern portion of that site and western, there'll be interesting links throughout. Other points I wanted to make too is that people come to visit Ottawa as the national capital, and we value that, the national museums and the national features. But this will be in the downtown, in the urban core, a local investment for people that come and visit our capital. It's a city investment, and we can showcase not just 2% of the Firestone collection, but a lot of it. Let's not forget the value of the collection is $18 million. The city's investment in the overall project, not just in Ottawa Art Gallery, is close to that figure. So it's a smart investment. It's going to showcase the Firestone, the group of 7. It's going to allow the space for Arts Court Group. But it's also going to, and I hope so, get a proponent for the 17 stories that's going to buy into that concept. We can't underestimate the importance of that space and what it can be to contribute. So just to wrap up on this, I wanted to congratulate the community in the arts for buying into the vision, making the Arts Court project the #1 priority. Then for Ottawa Art Gallery and Arts Court groups to really buy into this, and congratulate all the staff, especially Debbie Hill, Nicole, and Lauren and Bliss on this for all of their, and Peter for all of their work so far. And I'll echo Peter Hume's word in saying we really want to see what's presented today in reality. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Conseiller. Councillor Hume, please.
I guess, Councillor Fleury, I wanted to see the Ottawa Art Gallery at Lansdowne Park because I thought that at the time, and I still do, that it is a strong civic presence in spaces that are going to be people, places, is an important part of building a city. And I view that what we see here today is not about arts and culture per se. It's about a city-building exercise. And we, in the City of Ottawa, quite frankly, have abandoned the city-building portion of our city because we're dominated by the federal experience, the federal cultural institutions all around us. We think, wow, they do it. And more importantly, our residents believe we don't have to do that because they contribute so importantly to that fabric of our city. Now, if they do a better job on their office buildings, I think we'd all be much happier because they do great things when they build national museums, not so much when they're doing other things in our downtown. But this highlights not the issue of, well, we're finally getting an arts project and we're doing something. Yes, that's great, but it's part of a larger whole that we're now starting to realize in our own development, for lack of a better terminology, or our own maturation, that, we have to step up and do these things on our own. We can't always wait and rely on other people to help us build our city. We have to step up and say, this is an important city-building exercise. We have the private sector, we have the academia, and we have the core of a public use that will anchor all of that site. And hopefully, if done correctly, and I can't stress that if this is done poorly, it will not be the success that we want it to be. If it's done correctly, as we've seen, if that vision that is turned into reality on the ground and in the public realm, it will be successful and it will be incredibly transformative. And it will say to people, look, we need to do these things, look what we've done. We're hoping, Mr. Mayor, that as transformative as this is, transformative as Lansdowne Park, transformative as LRT, is all part of our drive to build a better city and to shape it in a way that will, for residents and for visitors, say, these guys are getting it right. And, we haven't done very much of that because we've abrogated that role to the federal government. This is an opportunity to take that back and say, look, we're moving forward. We understand what we have to do. And yes, we have to, trim here. We have to mold it to where we can afford it. But this is a really important step, both in the evolution of the City of Ottawa as a city, a step in saying we can do things on our own. We don't need to rely on others. And I think the last thing, which is not unimportant, is it rights a cultural wrong that we have wonderful art collection that, as Councillor Dean so rightly said, resides in a jail cell, which I think once we put all those pieces together, people will understand. The citizens of the City of Ottawa will say, wow, these guys really got this right. And so less of an arts issue, Mr. Mayor, but more of a city-building exercise and something that we quite rightly can be proud of. So I would urge members of Council Committee to vote for this initiative.
Great. Well, first of all, let me thank everyone for their participation, our delegations, our staff. I'd also want to thank my Chief of Staff, Serge Arpin, who has worked behind the scenes to bring all of the different groups together to bring us to this point. Many years ago, when I was with the Canadian Tourism Commission, the research that we were doing at that time showed cultural heritage and culinary tourism were going to be the wave of the future based on the demographics that the Western world was facing. Probably a little less time on whitewater rafting, a little more time on cultural tourism, visiting art galleries, experiencing built heritage, and experiencing local cuisine. And we've seen that in many instances. For instance, the culinary scene in Ottawa, 3 of the top new restaurants, the top 25 in En Route magazine, were Ottawa restaurants. We're seeing it at cultural institutions, at the National Arts Centre, the National Gallery, and so on. But as Councillor Hume pointed out, we also need to ensure that we reflect local cultural icons and talent and artists. And that's really what Arts Court is all about. I suspect at the time when it was probably the shift between Marion Duer's time and Jim Durrell's time, there were a lot of critics who said, why are you bothering spending a nickel on Arts Court? What do we need to have this grouping of artists and arts organizations? And it's proven that they were wise at their time to go ahead with that, despite some of the critics who said, well, we don't need to spend money on the arts. And I think when you look at that particular part of the city and what's happening there, it truly is a renaissance. When you have light rail that's going to be basically 2 blocks away from people in the East End, the West End, the South End, getting to Arts Court by light rail. The Rideau Street redevelopment, that street has seen better days, and it will see better days with the revitalization and the streetscaping that's taking place there. The multi-$100 million investment by Cadillac Fairview and the Rideau Centre, that is a vote of confidence in that property and in our city. And really the icing on the cake is going to be the Arts Court, Ottawa Art Gallery redevelopment in the heart of the area that we like to call the theatre district. We've got La Nouvelle Scène that's coming on board down the street. We've got Ottawa Little Theatre that just celebrated its 100th anniversary. So the synergies are coming together nicely. I do want to thank the community because they have been very patient, but these things take time. There's no question about it. And we will undoubtedly have some bumps along the road as this project moves from paper to reality. But I have greater confidence today than I ever have that it's the right plan at the right price and the right time. So I'd urge members of Council to support this. I thank our staff for the work that they have done. They've gone back to the drawing board after we had the setback of the turn down of the Cultural Spaces grant. We worked around it. We'll work with the University of Ottawa. Certainly they've indicated that they support this, but it has to go to their Board of Governors. We still have the OMB challenge in front of us. So as I said, there will still be some hurdles to overcome, but I think they're not insurmountable. And when you look at these pictures, as Councillor McCrae pointed out, the nighttime views, they're beautiful renditions of what I think is going to be a beautiful project for an important part of the downtown core. So we have the report before us. Carried? Carried. Thank you. Merci. Our next item with a public delegate is Councillor Blais' item analyzing the city's approach. So if Councillor Blais would like to come forward and perhaps take Councillor Hubley's seat. Councillor Blais. So this is an item that has been brought forward by Councillor Blais, and if you'd like to introduce it, the floor is yours, and then we'll go to the public delegation. We have Mr. Mike Pindus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In some discussions with Mr. Pindus over the last year or so, he was concerned over some of the details or some of the business planning processes we might be going through to make some of our larger decisions and sometimes some of our more controversial decisions. And after a meeting with Mr. Kirkpatrick and Mr. Box and some back and forth, it was decided that we'd bring this report to committee with a rather simple recommendation, which is to simply have Mr. Kirkpatrick and his team look at how we might better standardize business cases for making these types of decisions. So I'll leave it at that. I think it's fairly straightforward, and let Mr. Pindus make his presentation.
Okay, so we have Mr. Mike Pindus. You have 5 minutes. Welcome. You just push the button on there. The microphone.
On the
no, on your right there.
Don't push
there we go.
Okay. I have a PowerPoint presentation that's supposed to be loaded.
Sorry, just excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. It's very difficult to hear. We have a member of the public who would like to speak. Thank you.
There's a PowerPoint presentation.
So we have, can someone from staff help Mr. Pindus with his PowerPoint presentation, please? Here we go.
It's English.
I don't recall you giving one.
Yeah, it's right here. Yeah. Terrific.
You can use this to go forward, not to reverse.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, committee members, my name is Mike Pindus. I'm a city taxpayer. I have no funding. I'm self-funded, and I have no affiliations except for my marriage, 31 years. Yeah, it is. Gives me stability. This presentation is a summary of the information I already provided to your offices last month. City Council, city decision makers, and taxpayers need to know that tax dollars are being spent wisely, not just being tracked. No matter what the expenditure or procurement, there are usually choices to satisfy an approved requirement. And these choices can include buy, build, rent, lease, contract, reuse, repair, renovate, share, partner, and it could include no change at all if it's deemed. Before choosing a course of action to procure equipment, infrastructure, and services, as well as changing systems and processes, city councilors and other city decision makers need reliable and true data and information presented in a consistent manner discussing the options. This information must be available to all in a transparent format that can be easily reviewed before and after a decision is made. And I highlighted the course of action because this is done before you actually choose to start spending money. You want to know what are your options and what are the costs to the taxpayer in those options. An economic analysis or economic analyses provide this. An economic analysis process would contribute significantly to due diligence, transparency, accessibility, inclusivity, and responsiveness to citizens. Investing each tax dollar carefully by achieving the highest service delivery to dollar ratio possible for city programs. Fiscal responsibility, short and long term, and project management and control for minor and major projects. The person preparing an economic analysis uses a standard method to organize and present elements of an economic study. And among other things, it actually provides informal thinking, a place that it can focus and clarify and explain where that thinking came from. Hidden assumptions, which I've seen in many documents, are brought to the front and discussed and addressed. Information is then provided in a simple, concise terms for use in recommendations and funding decisions. The following is a high-level format that I propose for business cases, or I should say economic analysis is the proper term. A summary of the requirements for the procurement that you're addressing. And this summary would include mandatory requirements for whatever you want, as well as rated requirements. A list of data used in the analysis and their sources. A list of the assumptions made for the analysis in clear terms, not buried within the body of the document that you're asked to review and look at. A list of all the alternatives considered showing which were not feasible and why. Did they not meet the mandatory requirements of the document? And too often I see editorial in the Citizen where people said, have they considered this, have they considered that? And that should be in the business case right up front, what was considered and what was not considered, and why was it thrown out? And that will save a lot of time and effort. The quantitative life cycle analysis for each feasible option, and we're talking life cycle, not just immediate during this next year or two. Also a qualitative subjective analysis for all the rated objectives. So things that aren't tangible, does it contribute to the master plan? Is it good for the city of Ottawa? That would be a rated requirement. All of the risks associated with each option put up front and explained, and not only explain saying there is a risk, but put the cost to the project of that risk. You don't just say that there's a high technology risk in development software. The business case should be unclassified. It should be open to all people, and you achieve this by just using public domain information. Where you don't have public domain information, you use estimates. This is what you would see in executive summary.
You'd see the capital cost by budget year, you'd see by option, you'd see revenues and residual values to offset, and you'd also see present value, which is a method of costing. You'd also see in the executive summary all the rated requirements, what weight they had, and then the raw score. And this detail would be explained within the body of the document. In the executive summary, you see the risks, and you see a sensitivity analysis.
Sir, if you could
Yes,
wrap
sir.
up.
The sensitivity analysis would explain any problems you had, any questions you had, and would show how things would change with the effect of this change in your data. So these are, in summary, the economic analysis is accepted, widely used throughout corporations and governments. Costs are assessed objectively. I'll go that side benefit. And my last point...
Sorry, you're out of time now. It's gone over by 40 seconds.
Okay.
So does anyone have any questions? Could you give us your background as to your experience in dealing with these economic analysis, where you've worked?
Yeah, I have a 30-year military career, and in that career I did service papers, I did response to unsolicited bids, things like that. I then managed a computer company for a few years in the East End, a high-tech company, and I subsequently worked for a Crown agency, a federal Crown agency, where I prepared business cases, statement of requirements, in-house bids, as well as other type of documents for Treasury Board approval.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion before us that FEDCO recommend the council direct staff to examine how a more standardized business case approach could be developed for the City of Ottawa, report back to committee and council in Q1 of 2014. Carried? Dissent by Councillor Shirelli. Okay, so we're going, thank you very much, sir. Back to item number 2 that was held by Councillor Hume. Councillor Hume, item 2.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Mayor, with this respect to Service Ottawa and the supplemental information, I just want to ask a couple of questions about the some of the issues that are going to be in the what do they call them, the Citizen-Centric Service Initiative in continuing the journey in 2014. And it talks about the rollout of My Service Ottawa. Someone going to...
At what page are you on?
I am on page 13 of the report.
Okay, so Steve Kanalakis and Donna Gray are available to answer your questions.
I mean, I guess we talked about this at the Environment Committee, about the ability to view your bills, the history of your bills, the whole billing system online. And as you can appreciate, there are lots of fees associated with that when you want past bills. And the ability to eliminate all of those fees because we're putting them all online. It's good service to the taxpayer. When is all of this going to happen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the implementation of the My Service Ottawa account, which will allow you to view, pay, and update your tax and water bill, will be implemented in 2014 as part of that capital account.
So anytime 2014. So when we do the environment budget and they've got a series of fees for all of the, you know, getting, changing the date, all those kind of things, when can we say you're not going to be required to do that? Like 2014 is a long time.
At the end, the plan is for the last quarter of 2014, and then the fees and the charging of the fees would be the responsibility of the Revenue Department to analyze those fees once we've come up with the solution and implement that within their time frame.
What fees? If you're putting all online, you're not going to charge someone to sign up for My Service Ottawa, are you?
Absolutely not. The intent in terms of the My Service Ottawa is a service that is free for people to be able to sign up and to access. It's all the associated fees that would go along with either changing an address or any of the administrative work that the Finance and Revenue Department would have to do in the back end should they have to. Those fees would be set by that department.
Okay. I'm not obviously getting that because I don't expect there should be any fees associated with that once you put them online, and I'm able to change. So
all right, we're bringing the big gun in. Ken Hughes.
Yeah,
let's
let me
take
go
it straight.
Yeah.
To your pockets.
Okay, now you know who the first person to audit is.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Hume, I think the question was what will happen with the fees when the new solution is introduced. And the thought is that those individuals who avail themselves of those services online, they will not have to pay a fee. I'm willing to bet that there will be individuals that will not use this method of access, in which case we would still have those fees in place.
Right, but don't we want, and I guess part of the savings in all of this is to eliminate channels, right? So should we not be saying, look, we're not offering that service anymore, regardless of what the fees are? If you want all this stuff, here's how it's going to be delivered to you?
That's one approach. The other approach is if you follow this channel, there is no fee. Right. If you choose not to follow that channel, then we pass those costs on to you, as we're doing now.
True, but I mean, I guess to the point that if there are only 5 people accessing, if you've got 100 people accessing one channel and 5 people accessing another, the fees are going to be, they're not going to be cheap.
Our experience, Mr. Mayor, whenever there's been a change in service that we've offered, it's taken a number of years for people to migrate to those new channels. For example, the electronic payment of your tax or your water bill. There are still people that are mailing in the payments using Canada Post. So we're still supporting that channel, but for example, we've outsourced that. But I would imagine that it would take a couple of years for us to see everyone completely migrate to a new channel.
So do we have any? Do we know what do we believe, I guess, is going to be the migration pattern away from to things like My Service Ottawa, and what are we going to do to drive people to that?
Mr. Mayor, an excellent question on the part of the councillor. That's actually the process that the staff of Revenue and the staff of Service Ottawa are in the process of starting down that road right now.
Right. You don't have a lot of time, right?
That's correct.
I mean, you don't, yes, certainly.
Anything else, Councillor?
No, I have some more, Mr. Mayor, but the time to do all that and to roll that out, I mean, you look at Hydro Ottawa is just, I mean, they've got a big push on. You go electronic, they'll plant a tree for you. Those type of things take time, and it's to our benefit to have all of these people on that other channel. So, I mean, it's just, I guess it's not enough just to put it out there and say,
Mr. Mayor, it's a fair comment, and those issues will be addressed by the group working on this project.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. If I can go down to Mr. Mayor, we started to talk about improved, where is it? It's the ability to track your service requests. Currently, the status updates available are only open and closed. Can you expand upon what that actually is? I mean, like, I can buy a pair of skis in Idaho and track them right till they get to my door. I mean, are we going to be able to do the same thing when a fellow says, hey, my tree needs trimming?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the statuses of service requests actually come from the back-end system in terms of being able to pass that information. While we're still using those back-end systems, we're restricted to open and closed for those systems, those service requests that are still in that system. As we're bringing in the new technology, so for business licenses and permits, and for individual service requests that are using a different technology in the back end, a more current technology, they'll be able to see about 5 different statuses to be able to track their service request online.
So what are those service? What are the service requests that get the new technology, and what are the service requests that are on the old technology? So when are people going to be, and when are we migrating to all of the new technology so residents will be able to say, yeah, you know, I see your pothole picture thing, which is actually quite neat, but hey, my tree needs trimming, an inspector's been there. Like, what are those services and when are they going to be available?
So the service requests that you currently can do online, there's a combination of a newer technology and an old technology. The whole intent of the Service Ottawa was to, as much as possible, move out of the old map system. But you can imagine the bulk of that map system has both service requests and all of the back-end enforcement work that people do for those service requests. So that migration is a longer period of time to do the entire migration off. But all of the business licenses and permits that will come on next year, new in the new technology, will be able to see multiple statuses, and people will be able to track those status of permits and licenses from the beginning of start until fruition when they're completed.
Right.
The current ones that are done online have a status of open and closed, and those are primarily the ones that are your public works, your garbage, your forestry, those particular ones, and water right now that are online.
So, okay. So if I want to get a special events permit, I'm going to be able to do it online. I'm going to be able to track it through the system. But if I want to have my tree trimmed, I'm going to have no idea when that happens. Because it's only open or closed.
That's right. You will have open, you will have closed, and you'll have the service standard with which we are anticipating the open and closure within that time frame. And we've prioritized those because our sense is that for the bulk of things that people want to know status, is it done, is it completed, those ones in the old technology we're finding right now are meeting people's needs in terms of open and closed. The ones that we're right now looking at investing and spending the more detailed times are the permits and licensing, where that process is more complicated as somebody tries to navigate in the back-end systems across multiple departments.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I'd get no one emailing me and saying, listen, I don't know where my business license is, but I can tell you I get dozens, if not hundreds, saying, hey, I put in a service request. I have no idea where it is. I want someone to come and look at my tree. So, you know, I want someone to, there's been a pothole, no one's looked at it, I don't know, my service request isn't valid, I don't get any answers.
Maybe, Councillor, it might be helpful because you have a very deep interest in this and no one else appears to, that you have an off-site.
Well, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I know Councillor Tierney does, but maybe go to the IT subcommittee.
Okay.
Tim would welcome you with open arms.
Fair enough, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say it is an agenda item here. If we weren't expected to be able to prepare it and speak to it, it shouldn't have quite frankly come here. It should have been only to the IT subcommittee. But with all the deference, I'm happy to accede to your
and I appreciate that
request. But there are tons of questions you could ask about how we're going to make things better, not for a business owner, but let's get down to the resident on the street. It sounds like we're doing okay on one side, not so okay on the other.
Okay. So and Ms. Gray has heard that. And Councillor Clark, did you have something to add?
Oh, or subtract. Well, you know, two examples. One is the federal government income tax office. You call, their standard is 2 minutes for getting service. Similarly, the Royal Bank, you call their call center and extremely quick in getting a person. You call 311 and maybe today, or maybe not, and that's, we keep talking about improving the service. Do we have a standard for response time to the calls and to the people downline to whom these calls would be directed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we do have a service level standard that we work at. It's 80% of the calls answered in 120 seconds.
And in terms of finding out when the trees are going to get trimmed, because I have the same problem. The stuff goes in there and never comes out. And we're not kept up to date, and we don't have map access to chase things. And by and large, have the same complaints that were voiced earlier, and it's not a bad idea to air it here, even if you have to have lunch.
Well, I think there's probably a more appropriate route is the IT subcommittee, because that's what we set the whole committee up for. Councillor Tierney?
Mike, for a second. Thank you very much. I'm glad I got back in time. I was concerned this item would come up. And I do want to say, first of all, staff has done a great job on what they've done so far in 3 short years. Let me just recap what happened in the 8 previous years. We had a static website. End of story. There was nothing more. There was no interactivity. It was very limited at best. And what we've asked of staff is to move at lightning speed and change direction, create the B2B connections, make it so people can do work at home, and overall, I think they've done a very good job. The one thing I caution my colleagues about, and if you come to the IT subcommittee meeting, you'll hear all the same discussions. We go through a lot of these same discussions that we're having here right now, is we want to walk before we run. We don't want to have a situation where software rolls out and we have a situation where people are being billed wrong, where we have information going in the system wrong, and we have to redo it again. It's my approach. My colleagues that sit on the IT subcommittee, some of them that are here today, also know that as well. The other thing is we have a whole new system coming out next year, something, and staff promised with benchmarks and milestones where they would deliver. They've achieved every single one of them. But if we have an onslaught of personal priority projects for this team and they have no direction, they'll never accomplish anything. And I don't want to see that. So I do respect what people want to see, but it will come in stages. Next year when we roll out the pet licensing system, revenue generated for the city, I'm very happy to see that one. I get lots of emails on pet licensing. So again, on the 18th, we'll definitely dive into the weeds on this. I believe there's only a referral of this back to the IT subcommittee on the 18th, and I'd be more than happy to get into the details. But I think there's a lot of trust that goes at each committee level, and you'll realize that the IT subcommittee has moved mountains in the last 3 years, and we're seeing the benefits firsthand. If you disagree with that, I invite you to come out on the 18th, and please tell me where those issues are, because they've been clear and transparent on how they're going to do this job. As somebody in the background in the past, in the IT world, this team is living up to what they promised. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, on the report, received. In camera, point en huis clos, that in accordance with the procedure bylaw 2006-462 as amended, FEDCO resolve in camera pursuant to subsection 13(1)D, labor relations or employee negotiations, and subsection 13(1)F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with respect to collective bargaining mandates in 2014 with 1, QP 503 inside, outside, and part-time recreation and culture, and 2, Civic Institute of Professional Personnel. And Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that this committee move into camera to discuss personnel matters.
Carried. Adopté. So we're now in camera.